Ready?
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? How are we doing today? I want to thank you for attending our workshop this morning. This is a series of our 9 workshops with CMS on benefits, and I trust today that you will glean a lot of good information, and that when you leave here, you'll be more tuned up on your retirement, whether it's CSRS or FERS or CSRS offset. So we have a dynamic speaker here today who's going to enlighten you. So as you get this enlightenment today, I would hope that you would take it back and use it for your retirement, because we say retirement is at the end, but it's really at the beginning. The day you walk into the door of your employment is retirement, when your retirement planning should start. So without further ado, I'm Tony Baker. I'm the Division Director for Pay and Benefits. I will now introduce your Mistress of Ceremony, Ms. Paulette Holmes.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Tony, for that warm welcome. My name is Paulette Holmes, as Tony indicated, and I want to welcome you to our second educational seminar for 2014. And today we're going to be talking about our federal employees retirement system, or AKA FERS. Everyone knows what FERS is. And you will learn the nuts and the bolts of the retirement system on today. You will learn about how many years of service you will need to retire, at what age you're going to be eligible to retire at, and you're going to learn something about how to calculate your retirement pension or your retirement annuity. So Pat is going to cover all of that information for you today. She's going to really drive deep so that you all leave with a good understanding of what the FERS retirement system is all about. And I hope that you learn a lot today on this topic, because that is our goal. As Tony indicated, we want you all to be well informed about retirement, and we want you all to be comfortable with that, you know, to look forward to it, but with that, have a plan, and, you know, a plan in action, something that you're ready to put in action as you are developing throughout your career. So you all sit back, and Pat, she's a dynamic speaker, as Tony indicated, and you all are going to just get a lot of information on today. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the speaker, and then after that, I'm going to have a few administrative notes that I need to bring to your attention. So our speaker today is Ms. Pat Carey. I might add that she's no stranger to CMS. Pat has some 38 plus years as a federal civilian employee. She's currently a retired federal civilian employee, and throughout her career, she has held positions such as a federal police officer. She's been a federal air marshal and a training specialist. As an exceptional employee, she has received recognition and honors for her outstanding work while working for the Federal Aviation Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ms. Pat Carey, but before she takes the stadium, as I indicated, I have a few administrative notes. But let's give a warm welcome to Pat Carey. The administrative notes are the first item. I only have 3 items, and I'm going to move right on out the way. For those who have dialed in for the seminar, please put your phones on mute for us. This will assist us with controlling the feedback from your phones and deter distractions during the presentation. The second item, please complete the survey questionnaires that were provided to you and return those to our illustrious benefit specialists who are outside, who are at the outside tables. Please turn that questionnaire in for us. Complete it and turn it in before you leave today. For those who are online, you may request the questionnaire by email at hrcenterhelpdesk@cmshhs.gov. Again, that's hrcenterhelpdesk@cms.hhs.gov. Please complete the form and just email it back to the help desk for those who are online. And the third item, there will be an opportunity for questions after the presentation. We have a phone moderator who will assist us with this effort. So please hold all of your questions until the presentation has ended. And for those of you who have questions, I'm going to remind you to please use the microphone so that the folks who are online will be able to hear your questions and also hear the answers to those questions. So without further delay, please join me in giving a warm CMS welcome to our presenter, Ms. Pat Carey. And thank you for your patience.
Can you hear me? Is my mic working? No? All right, wait a minute.
It's all yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? All right, good job. Okay, you have 2 questionnaires, by the way, and so both of them have to be completed. We're going to talk more about that at the end. Like she said, I'm Pat Carey, and until October 2nd, 2011, I was a federal employee, and I took that quantum leap into retirement, and I highly recommend it. Great decision. I also did benefits for over 20 years, and one of the first things I found out is a lot of people said, nobody told me, I never knew. How was I supposed to find that out? So I believe in you becoming an educated consumer. We took a retirement seminar on a 7-state tour that had to stop because we ran out of funding. There was a company in Colorado that recognized you not only needed to know your benefits, but you needed somebody trained in your benefits to give you information to help you make your decision. So what she did was she trained financial advisors in federal benefits because your benefits are not like the private sector. She not only trains them, she retests them every year to make sure they're up to date on all the information. In return, they host your seminar. You get to meet somebody trained in your benefits. They get to meet federal employees. It's a win-win all the way around. And today's program is being hosted by Kyle Wingfield. I'll ask him to say just a few words.
Yeah, I'm not wearing a mic. It's going to be quick. My name's Kyle. I was here in July, so I'm glad to be back. It's always funny. Everybody sits over there. Anyway, I've been in the industry for 14 years. It's all I've ever done. I have a heart for federal employees. The reason I have a heart for federal employees isn't because I just specialize in it. My dad's one. Okay, so I got into this and wanting to understand the benefits and how they can be maximized for a solid retirement. 2 reasons. One, I want to help my parents. The other one is I didn't want them calling me for money. So at any rate, so I started doing that and I've enjoyed it. One of the highlights that has something to do with CMS is that in July I met 15 people who no longer are working here because they retired successfully. Okay, so I'm excited about that, and we work together to make sure they had that confidence to step into retirement and enjoy themselves. And it's interesting because now they're just teenagers with money because they send me selfies when they're on vacation. So anyway, today is going to be a lot of fun. Some of it's not boring because learning what you can do to start enjoying the rest of your life is never boring. True? Right? I mean, everybody, I hope you like what you do for a living, but I'm sure there's other things that are more important than you outside of work, right? So Pat is like a walking federal employee benefits Google. So if you have a question, ask her, but of course hold
at the end of the session.
Right, at the end of the session, there you go. So anyway, I've been around 14 years. I am a lifelong Marylander. I'm married. I've been married to my best friend for 5 years, and we've been together 8, and we have a little boy named Jackson Finley, so he is my world. So please, at any point, ask me how I like fatherhood, because I love talking about him. Anyways, you guys have fun. You have any questions for me? End of the session. I'll come up here and talk a little bit about what you get today for coming here. Thanks.
Thanks, Kyle. The information you've received today has been copyrighted and cannot be reproduced without permission from the parent company, which is Snow Federal Seminars. Now, we're going to take what I call a generic approach. You see, if you ever came into personnel and asked me a question, I would ask you 50 more questions to figure out exactly what you're asking. You meet with Kyle, he's going to ask you 50 questions to figure out whatever you're asking. But have you ever noticed when you ask your buddy a question, they've got an answer like that? And I caution you, the information you're receiving is probably not your world. But it may not even be their world. It may not even be true. Now, I did this seminar once in Sterling, Virginia, and the issue was, can you receive your own annuity as a retiree, and if married to a federal employee, receive a survivor annuity as well? The answer is yes. And this gentleman said, no, you're wrong, my buddy said. So we re-explained how you can receive your own pension, and if married to a federal employee, receive a survivor annuity. He again argued we didn't know what we were talking about, so we read to him what OPM had to say about it. OPM is a guru of all knowledge of all federal benefits. He again argued that we didn't know what we were talking about, so we had him read it. And in the middle of a room like this, we heard this voice say, but I'm telling you she's wrong, my buddy said. And his wife said, now you see what I'm married to. We could not play down the buddy. So we don't want you making decisions based on what your buddy said. And for God's sake, don't talk to a FERS employee, because then you got a fruit cocktail going on. Your benefits are not their benefits, and as a result, you don't want the two to come together, okay? So, I believe in you becoming an educated consumer. And to that end, I recommend, that's why I'm going to be down here, I recommend that you read the Washington Post every day. Not because we're in the D.C. area, but the back page of the A section and page B2 have articles of things they're talking about doing to your benefits up on the Hill. I also would recommend that you may want to sign up for a daily email from governmentexecutive.com. You got to spell out governmentexecutive.com, and they will send you a daily email to read with your morning coffee. I also would recommend you might want to learn or read what the Federal Times has to say, because by definition they're talking about you. And the last one you may want to find out more about is the National Active and Retired Federal Employees.org, NARFE.org. Now that is a lobbying group. They are out of Old Town Alexandria. The reason I recommend them is they put out a monthly magazine that is superb. They represent you as an active employee and a retired employee. And Mike Causey, who used to write the article for page B2 of the Washington Post, is now a spokesperson for NARF, and I've actually only seen the commercial down in the D.C. metro area. And the commercial goes something like this. Do you realize your benefits are not safe even after retirement? Now, the first time I heard that, I almost got whiplash. Because I bet if I took a poll, you guys think if I can make it to retirement, I'm golden, I'm safe, they'll never touch me again. And what he is suggesting is with the strike of a pen, all that could change. And so, therefore, you've got to become an educated consumer. You've got to give a hoot about who you elect. I don't care how you vote. I just suggest that you know how they feel about your benefits. In the D.C. area, we lost a very good proponent of federal employees by Frank Wolf. He's retiring. He's not going to run again. So the federal employees in the D.C., Virginia area have to care about who they're going to vote for. And the reason I bring this up, there was a congressman in Oklahoma. We have a group of employees in the FAA, and their pay is attached to the FAA appropriation bill being signed. Historically, when it gets signed, these employees get back paid. But a couple of years ago, Congress was waffling on whether they wanted to give employees back pay. And Secretary LaHood had to go on the Hill to fight to give them their benefits. But their congressman went on TV in Oklahoma and said, I do not support giving you your back pay. Why? Because he wasn't running again. He didn't need their votes. And with the spirit of making us more like private industry, you've all got to care about how your elected officials are going to vote as far as federal employees are concerned. So what I said was read the Washington Post because page B2 and the back page of the A section have articles every day of what they're talking about doing on the Hill. I also recommend that you sign up for a daily email from governmentexecutive.com. And I also recommended that you read the Federal Times on a regular basis. And the last one was the National Active and Retired Federal Employees, a lobbying group out of Old Town Alexandria who represent you as an active employee and a retired employee, but only because they put out a great magazine every month of what they're fighting for your benefits up on the Hill. Okay? You know, when you go to retire, 95% of your decisions are mathematically based. You're going to crunch the numbers to get the idea of what the answer is. The other 5% is psychological. I dare say they're equal on the scale. Sometimes the psychological outweighs that 95% because it's a huge decision to make. All right? And so that's another reason for you to get comfortable with your decisions to help you be that educated consumer. So we're going to talk about your annuity, the Thrift Savings Plan, Social Security, life insurance, long-term care, health insurance, Medicare, and we'll end with your favorite subject, federal taxes. Now, until 1920, there was not a retirement system. People worked for the pleasure of serving the government. Then in 1920, my retirement system was created, and we ran until 1983 when they made you. Okay? Now, the reason I suggest this, or bring this up this way, is you may not be aware, but there was a congressman that proposed a bill a few years back that anyone hired after the first of last year not get a retirement program, that you be more like private industry. You see, we, as well as the state, local, and county governments, are the last groups to have what's known as a defined pension plan. It is based on how many years you work, how much you made, and your age at retirement. It's not based on what you put into the fund. Okay? So he is suggesting that we be more like private industry. And that is why the 401k was created over 20 years ago now, to replace these defined pension plans. You, if you have been hired before January 2013, are putting 7% of your money into the retirement fund. You have 0.8 going into FERS and 6.2% going into Social Security. But if you were first hired for the first time as a federal employee, January 1st last year, then you are putting an additional 2.3% into the retirement fund. And if you are hired for the first time as a federal employee, as of the first of this year, you're putting in an additional 2.3% into the retirement fund on top of what those were putting in last year. In other words, they're starting like a tier retirement system, aren't they? Right? So, and it has been suggested all of you put more into the retirement fund because your retirement is not based on what you put in the fund. So it has been recommended all federal employees pay more for their retirement. So your retirement is three-legged: the federal employee retirement system, the Thrift Savings Plan, and Social Security. Yes, it is a retirement system. It is one part of yours. And I've had employees tell me, but we have a different Social Security system. There's only one, and it's you. Okay? Only one. We're going to do a segment on that. But I want you to consider, have you ever heard Social Security and federal employees in the same breath? Oh, you hear about mom and pop kettle out in Iowa. You hear about executives. You hear it was never supposed to be a retirement system. But I dare say in 1983, they for sure made it one when they created you. All right? And it really bothers me when I hear people say, well, it's not going to be there when I retire. Well, what will be? What will be? Can I refresh your memory? You are putting the bulk of your retirement monies into Social Security. So what would replace what you're paying for? You, again, become that educated consumer. So when they created you, they came out with something known as a minimum retirement age. This is the age you have to be, and it's based on the year you were born. Now, for my example, I'm going to use the 1953 to 1964 folks, because our MRA is 56. You see, under the old retirement system, we had to be 55 with 30 years of service. But you have to be the age according to your MRA. So as long as you are, as my example, is 56 and you have 30 years of service, you are eligible to retire on an immediate non-reduced annuity. That means you have to be at least MRA and have at least 30 years of service. It's not an or, it's an and. You need age and years. Or you can be 60 with it, or older with at least 20 years of service. Or you can be at least 62 with at least 5 years of service. This makes you eligible to retire. Okay? Now, when they created you, they came out with this notion of being MRA plus 10. Now, before I go any further, let me just throw up here 60 and 20, 62 and 5, and I'm going to draw a line, different categories. Which means if I have at least 10 years federal service and I am at least 56, I can leave the government and collect an annuity. In other words, your system was designed to be fluid. So if you got a great job in private industry, this allows you to leave the government and go get that great job in private industry. However, you lose 5% for every year under age 62. So if my MRA was 56, I would lose 30% of my annuity forever. I would also not be eligible to continue health insurance with the federal plan. But this would be to go to a private industry where they have that great retirement plan and they have a great health insurance. Okay? They also came out with a notion known as postponing your annuity, which means I am MRA, but I don't have years of service. So I'm 56, but I don't have 30. This allows me to leave the government, postpone my annuity till I get to a new threshold, 60 and 20, 62 and 5, and then pick up my annuity at that time. Unique to your system is it allows me to enroll in health insurance again. The question becomes, before you think this is a great idea, I'm out the door now, you would want to figure out what you're going to do for health insurance between leaving the government and picking up this postponed annuity. Okay? The other category would be a deferred annuity. This is somebody like me who joined the government when they were 2. So we got to years long before we hit MRA. This allows you to leave the government, and then when you get to MRA or later, pick up your annuity. But you cannot re-enroll in your health insurance at that time. Okay? Now, they also came out with this notion known as an early out. This is when your agency goes to OPM and says, we want to offer certain positions the opportunity to retire early. It could be as a result of a RIF, reduction in force, or discontinuing the service of that position, or downsizing, reorganizing, or they want to move your job to Rochester, New York, and you say, I don't want to go. In order for you to be eligible to take the early out, you have to be at least 50 years of age with 20 years of service, or have 25 years of service at any age to be eligible to take part in that early out. One of the criteria for OPM approving this is they promise not to backfill the position if the person who's in that position takes the early out. Now, this is pretty huge, let me tell you. You see, when I had 23 years of service and I was a long cry from age 50, George Bush the first was going to have a major rift in the government. If you've been around a while, you remember those days. And I can remember I was looking at a rift. Here I am working in benefits, telling everybody their benefits, only to wake up one day and realize I'm not going to have a retirement, I'm not going to have health insurance, and I'm not going to have a job. So when I got to 25 years any age, that was party time. Because then I knew no matter what happened, I would have a job. But unique to you guys is there's no reduction in your annuity if you're offered this early out. You see, under the old system, we took a reduction for every year under age 55. So this makes it unique with your retirement, that if you are eligible for an early out, that you would be afforded no reduction in annuity. Okay? So your different categories are MRA and 30, 60 and 20, 62 and 5. That's an immediate non-reduced annuity. Or MRA with 10 years of service, but you lose 5% for every year under age 62. Or you can postpone it. You're at age 56, so you're at MRA, but you don't have your 30 years of service. It allows you to leave the government, and then when you get to a new threshold of 60 where you only need 20 years of service, or 62 when you only need 5 years of service, then you can pick up your retirement. Okay? And then you're eligible to re-enroll in your health and life insurance. Deferring your annuity, you've got years, but you don't have age. Okay? It allows you to leave the government, and then when you get to MRA, pick up your retirement. But you can't get back into health and life insurance. And then the early out is when the agency goes to OPM and affords you the opportunity to take an early out. Okay? Now I got a homework assignment for you. I recommend you get a paper copy of all your personnel actions. You see, this can only be done on government time and a government computer because of the firewalls to download them. And the reason I suggest paper is if you put it on a thumb drive or on a disk and it gets corrupted, you're out of luck. But paper never goes out of style. You want to make sure all years of service are in your OPF. You see, a lot of times when you transfer from one agency to the next, they will call for your records from the other agency. But they don't always look to make sure it gets into your folder. Therefore, when you go to apply to retire and you think you're eligible to go, if all your records are not in your OPF, they have to stop processing your application until they find those records. So this is an official personnel term. It's called getting your ducks in a row. This is your first step in making sure all your forms are in one location. Okay? I had a guy who had to retire pretty fast. He was ill. And when his application got to the region, the first 6 years with employment with another agency were missing. And it gave the appearance of not being eligible to retire. Fortunately, we had the paper copies. He had them. And we submitted them, and he retired on time. Otherwise, everything sits while they go looking for those forms. Also, you want to make sure that in box 30, you're in the right retirement system, that it says FERS, F-E-R-S. And then we're going to talk about box 31, why your service comp date may be different for leave accrual than it is for retirement purposes. Okay? You see, before we went electronic, it was HR's job to make sure all these actions were correct. After we went electronic, it became your job to make sure these actions are correct. And that's why you get an email every time a new record is put into your folder. It is for you to review it to make sure that it is accurate and complete. Now, this form is not one you will fill out. It is filled out for you. It is part of your retirement application. And I used to say if you were born and raised in an agency like I was, you had nothing to worry about until I retired. And then I got my record, and it was missing the first 2.5 years of federal employment. So I called him up, and I said, hey, what's happening? She says, oh, we got a new system. We put in your social number. We hit enter. It goes zip. It outlines your full history. I said, well, you knocked off 2.5 years of mine. She says, I guess we got a glitch. So now I tell everybody, make sure you review this, because this is easier to fix when you're an employee than when you're on the outside looking in. Also, let me go back to the SF50 again. Make sure your name is spelt right, your date of birth is correct, and your Social Security number is correct. I have actually seen all three wrong, and it's easier to fix when you're on the inside than when you're on the outside and you walk around with a visitor badge whenever you come into your building. Okay? Now, your credible civilian service is that time between you were first hired and you separated and you paid into the retirement system. You are forgiven up to 3 days if you had a break in service. What that means is sometimes if you apply to go with another agency, your boss may say, I'm not going to release you, because they know they can't backfill the position. So they'll say, I'm not going to let you go. As long as you have a firm offer in writing, you are allowed to resign and then get picked up within 3 days and those 3 days will be credible for you. But you got to have a firm offer, okay? You're also forgiven up to 6 months in a calendar year of leave without pay. You could actually be gone a year. You could go out July 1 to December 31st, January 1 to June 30th, 2 different 6-month periods, and never have it affect your retirement. Now, before you go run to your boss and say, I'm late, I'll see you in June. This is normally in conjunction with illness, paternity, or maternity leave. Okay? Say again? No, it does not. But for your boss to approve it, it probably is going to have to be. It could be to send you to school for an education. But it would have to be for the better of the government. It's not just for your betterment. Okay? Remember, they still, and the reason it would have to probably be illness, maternity, paternity, is because they can't get that position backfilled while you're still occupying it. You're still an employee, you're just on leave on a non-pay status. Okay? Workers' comp, if you had a work-related injury where the Department of Labor is paying you directly, as long as you have an approved retirement by OPM, or you return to work, that time would be credible as well the whole time you're out. Now, I don't believe you guys have people that are intermittent workers. All right, you got people working intermittently. That doesn't count. FEMA does. They hire people to work a hurricane, a tornado, and then they let them go. IRS hires agents to work a filing season. They let them go. Their year is based on 260-day years, 260 days a year. Now, do I have anybody who's worked part-time for the government? All right, was it before or after 1986? After. Okay. Then your period of time that you are part-time, your annuity is only getting prorated credit. So if you're only working half the time, then during that period of time, your annuity only gets half the credit. Okay? Before 86, there was an undue advantage. People were getting as much time towards their annuity and credit towards their annuity as a full-time employee. Now they've made it fair. If you only work half the time, you only get half the credit. Okay. Did anybody work for the government and did not pay into the retirement system? Okay. Was it before 89 or after? Before. Well, you've got a math quiz ahead of you to find out if it's to your benefit or not to make a deposit on that time. Sometimes the answer is it is or it isn't. But look, after 1989, if you did non-deposit service, you can never, ever make a deposit on that time. You'll get credit towards Social Security, but you would not get any credit towards your FERS portion of the retirement. And as you can see, for the period of service before 1989, if you make the deposit, you get credit for your eligibility and your annuity, and if you do not make the deposit, you don't get any credit. So it becomes a math quiz whether or not you want to make that deposit or not. Yes?
Didn't make the deposit. I didn't see 50 come through. Should a 50 have come through?
The question is, should a 50 have come through when you made the deposit? Or no, actually, it would be on record with OPM, and you would have your record. I broke the rule, didn't I? No questions till the end. Okay, did anybody work for the government, quit the government, and come back to the government? Welcome back. Did you take your money out of the retirement fund? Okay, well, before 2009, if you took your money out of the retirement fund and then came back to the government, it was like you had never worked for the government. In 2009, they changed the law. And they said, we are going to allow you to redeposit that money and with interest since you've had it. Government always wants their interest. In 2011, they changed the law again and said if you do not make the deposit, the redeposit, you'll get credit for those years of service, but your annuity will not get credited. So in other words, you would get the years of service towards making you eligible to retire. You would just have a slight reduction or a reduction for not paying that period of service back. Again, that's a math question for you guys that left the government and came back to the government and took your money out of the retirement fund. You need to find out, does it make sense to make the redeposit or not? Okay, that's an additional homework assignment for you. For those that left the government and came back and never took your money out, hooray for you. You don't have to face a redeposit. Your annuity got full credit, and your years of service will count towards eligibility to retire. How many were in the military? Well, first and foremost, thank you for your service. Now, I'm afraid to ask the next question. How many have not paid their military deposit? Okay, let me start out first. When you were in the military, you paid into Social Security. I'm going to pick on you. How many years did you have? Yeah, 6 years? Okay. So in order to get credit for those 6 years, under FERS, you need to make a deposit for those years of service. What does that entail? It entails writing to the military to find out how much you earned. And then you would pay 3% of what you earned plus interest from 1990 or 3 years date of hire, whichever is later, to pay it back interest-free. So the first step is to find out from the military how much you earned. Then you send that information into your agency, and they'll write you back and tell you what your bill is. Interest is applied once a year on the unpaid amount until it is paid off. Okay? If you don't make the deposit, then you don't get credit for those years of service towards eligibility to retire. Now, the exception to the rule is if you're receiving a military retirement check for active duty. Then it's a math quiz of finding out, does it make sense to make a deposit on those years of service? You still get your hospitalization, your PX, and your commissary. Or does it make more sense to keep the years apart? It's mathematical, okay, to see what makes more sense. Under FERS, I'm going to go out on a limb, but for the most part, it makes more sense to keep them separate. Because more likely than not, your annuity would not give you that much more by combining your years. But if you have less than a full retirement through the military, like you, it only makes sense to make the deposit because it will only increase your annuity. So in college, they used to stomp their feet. I want to jump up and down. That's how huge this is. Now, let me go up back. In 1990, when I first walked into Washington Center, I did a similar spiel of what we're doing today. And when I walked out over 20 years later, I had employees come up to me and go, I still need to make that deposit. That was over 20 years of interest. I wish I had had a pot of money to make their deposits and have them pay me back because I would be one wealthy little girl. Now, there's one other change that happened last year you need to be aware of. It used to be, if you started paying your military deposit and you didn't finish paying it back in, when you went to retire, OPM gave you one shot to pay it all off in full. They don't do that anymore. If it is not paid back to your agency before you retire, you do not get those years of service added to your annuity. You're just out of luck. Okay? And then interest is only applied once a year on the unpaid amount. So you do my favorite game in Vegas. You can sign up for payroll withholding, do as little as $25 a pay period, and let it ride until it's paid off. Okay? So it's a no-brainer. It's just something you got to do. So your annuity today, 2014, is based on your length of service and your high 3 average pay. Your credible civilian service for your length of service is only your civilian service and your military service if you paid the deposit. Then after you are eligible to retire, you can now add in your unused sick leave to increase your annuity. That's no good. Now, in your books, you might find 2 sick leave charts. Title 38, I am recommending you put a great big X through that because you're not a doctor or nurse with the VA or working for the post office. And then we're going to go back and use this sick leave chart of 2,087 hours. You see, around 15 years ago, the government decided that's how many hours you work a year. If you take out weekends and holidays, you work 2,087 hours a year. So, if my service comp date was June 15th, 1984, and I was going to retire 12/31/2014, I would have 6 months, 16 days, 30 years of service. I am eligible to retire, right? Everybody with me? I'm at MRA. I'm eligible to retire. Now, let me suggest I have 1,000 hours of sick leave. Well, the months are across the top. Months are across the top. Days are down the side. And you will notice that 1,000 hours is between 997 and 1,003. Everybody with me? This is the only time the government lets you round up. So you would see that is worth 5 months, 23 days, right? So that gives me 39 days, 11 months, 30 years. 30 days equals a month. 12 months equals a year. My annuity would be based on 31 years. Days do not count to increase your annuity. But I do not have 9 days to burn. As a matter of fact, I took a course from OPM over 20 years ago, and they said, remember, we have the final say. So don't cut it too close to the quick where you're losing a month. So I have always given back 2 days. So that gives me 7 days. I would then go back to the chart and see that those 7 days are worth 41 hours. I have 41 hours that are not going to be used to increase my annuity. Okay? For a valid sick reason. Don't get too sick too soon. A lot of people believe in burning all their leave. I had a guy who couldn't retire. He was going to go June 30th, as soon as he was eligible. And he intended to leave the way he walked in, not an hour to his name. But he fell on ice in January and had to have back surgery. Now, we cannot advance you leave unless we know you're coming back to work to pay it off. So the agency could not advance him leave because we knew he was retiring. So he went in the leave donor program. That is where your fellow workers need to give you their leave. I did this at another agency, and a lady said, let me tell you, there's 3 questions you ask. Do I know them? Do I like them? Have they been judicious in their leave usage? Well, they knew him. Yeah, they kind of liked him. And heck no. So there he was for 6 months where he didn't get a nickel. All right? And he couldn't come to work. Because, see, my smack talkers used to say, I told my wife, just drag me to the door and I'll crawl in. Well, what if you can't drag? What if you can't crawl? I had a guy who was fined December 28th, and on December 29th, he was in a coma. Didn't have a stroke, a heart attack, a fall, or an accident. That's when we found, and he intended to retire in July. That's when we found out nobody can retire you for you. So he either had to wake up and sign the papers, or die for his spouse to get any benefits. In the meantime, all that leave he had saved up to go into retirement was being eaten up. Now, in 3 weeks when he woke up, they didn't think it'd be real cool to say, have me run into the hospital and say, you want to retire? So they said, we're going to give him a day or 2. 3 days later, he went back in the coma. When he woke up 3 weeks later, I did go and meet with him and the family. He did elect to retire, and I'm happy to say he's doing great. It had something to do with diabetes and the spleen and the pancreas, and the body shut down, okay, to preserve itself. I'll tell you something else, though. His retirement in his head was July. So having to retire in February, he was miserable. He was forced out in his head. Like I said, he's doing fine now, and everything's okay. But anytime illness makes you retire different than when you wanted to, they're very unhappy people. So you want to get your ducks in a row, your life in a row, so that you can play the what-if game. We'll do more of that in a minute. So if you don't have a power of attorney for your benefits, where your spouse can act in your behalf, you need to get one. Also, TSP has their own power of attorney form, and most of your banks have their own power of attorney form. Okay? Now, if you were one of those fortunate ones that had 3,250 hours sick leave, you would take off 2,087 hours because that's a year, and then you would take the 1163 to the chart to convert it to months and days. Okay? So this employee had 28 years, 1 month, 3 days federal service. They were in the military for 4 years, 2 months, 6 days that they made a deposit on. So they had 32 years, 3 months, 9 days. They were eligible to retire. They were at MRA. They can now add in the 6 months, 18 days to give them 32 years, 9 months, 27 days. They can either move their retirement date to make that 27 into a 30 to add another month, or they need to go back to the chart to convert it back to hours. Okay? So today, 2014, your high 3 is the 36 months that you made the most money, consecutive months. More likely than not, it's going to be your last 3 years. However, if you were to transfer to Fort Myers, Florida, because you love the weather there, it may be your last 3 years here. All right, because they're probably not paid as high as you are in this location. Now, why do I keep saying today, 2014, it's your high 3? You know they're talking about going to high 5, right? And I had a crystal ball. Election year, the crystal ball said nothing bad will happen to federal employees until the election. Now all bets are off. You see, they've been talking about going to high 5. It'll be the 60 months that you made the most money. And they've been talking about it for a long time now. And when it first started happening, the federal employees were screaming, yelling, and gnashing their teeth because it would adversely affect their retirement, because back in those days we were getting what? Cost of living increases. Significant cost of living increases. But tell me, have you seen one lately? And I think that was a plan. Because for the most part, most of you, it doesn't matter if you're at your high 3 or high 5, it's going to be almost the same number. All right? So I believe that was a plan. And I believe they're going to pass it at 2:30 in the morning on the 13th of a month. So when you wake up, it's a done deal and you can't get out the door fast enough. Hey, if they gave themselves a pay increase at 3:30 in the morning, what's to make you think they're not going to do this? And going back to my reading materials, the speculation is by next year. That's the speculation. Okay? But I do believe it's going to happen. Oh, you're so funny. The question was, do I think they're going to grandfather it? No. I think they want to capture as many people as possible. Now, could they grandfather it? Yes. Could they say it's only for any new employee coming in the door? Yes. However, think about it. They've frozen your pay for 3 years now. 4 years. Why would they? Did it go through the 1%? I thought it was still on the board whether to give it to you or not. Woohoo! Okay. All right, be still my heart. See, I believe that they were going to plan to do it for somebody who's eligible to retire in 30 years, you would have been getting those cost of living increases. Now, I don't know any more than the average bear. I just do a lot of reading, and my gut feeling says it's going to happen soon, and my gut feeling that it's going to happen probably before next year is over, okay? Like in I think a lot's going to happen in 2015, okay? But stay tuned, stay aware, because I do believe it's going to happen. It does include locality pay. It is that figure on the front of your pay slip. It does not include night differential, Sunday pay, holiday pay, or any other differential. Any other bonus is not included. Now, are y'all on, refresh my memory, on Employee Express? Or what do you have your payroll on? My pay? All right. So anything you want off my pay has to be downloaded before you retire as well. Okay? Because after you retire, you're no longer an employee. You don't have wage grade earners. So here's what they do in figuring out your high 3. This employee wanted to retire September 1, so they go back 3 years to September 1, and they do what I call a stop and go. Every time there's a change in pay, they do a stop and go. So this employee made from September 1 to the following June 23rd, $47,000 a year. If you do the subtraction on those dates like I just did up here, you would see that is a time total of 8 months, 24 days. Now, the government has given a time factor to every day of the year. Like one day is 0.003 of a year. So 8 months, 24 days is 0.733 of a year. If you multiply that time factor times the yearly pay, you see they earn $34,451 during that period of time. Then they got an increase in pay, and for the next 10 months, 16 days, they actually earned $41,473 of the yearly pay. And you keep doing that for the full 3 years period. If we go to high 5, you would do that for 60 months. In this case, you add it up, divide by 3. Their high 3 is $47,654 and change. Now, there are 4 ways to retire under FERS. If you are MRA or older and have at least 30 years of service or more, and you're under the age of 62, you get 1% of your high 3. Or if you're 60 with at least 20 years of service, but you're under the age of 62, you get 1% of your high 3. Or if you're 62 with at least 5 years of service, but less than 20 years of service, you get 1% of your high 3. But if you'll just work till you're 62, excuse me, and have at least 20 years of service or more, they give you a 10% increase in your pay. I think this is going to be the theme coming on with your retirement program, by the way. You see, have y'all watched that Prudential commercial, the Blue Circle? Do you know somebody who is in their 90s? And although we're living longer, what did they go on to say? We've never changed the date that we're going to retire. That has never been truer for a federal employee. You see, have you ever met a federal employee when they walk in the door, they say, I'm going to be working when I'm 75. Heck, they walk in the door and they're talking MRA as soon as they walk in. They start talking about the day they're going to walk out. So the government's going to try, excuse me, to encourage you to work longer. So if you'll work till you're 62 and have at least 20 or more years of service, they'll give you a 10% increase in your annuity. So this is showing for that high 3 we figured out, if you had 32 years, 9 months, and you had the minimum requirements to be eligible to retire, MRA and 30 but under age 62, 60 and 20 but under age 62, 62 with 5 years of service but less than 20 years, your annuity would be based on 1% of your high 3, or 32.75%, which would give you $15,607 a year divided by 12 and rounded down to $1,300 a month. But if you had those same years of service, but you were 62 or older, you would get an additional $130 a month because your annuity would be 1.1% of those years, or 36.025. 10% more. Now, because you're not eligible to get another prong of your retirement, Social Security, until you're 62, they have what is known as the FERS Special Retirement Supplement. It is designed to bridge the gap between retirement and being eligible to collect Social Security. It is paid by OPM. It will stop at age 62 because OPM doesn't care if you go and collect Social Security. They're only bridging the gap between your retirement and your first eligible date to start collecting Social Security. And I have to tell you, this is on the cutting block, because private industry doesn't get a special retirement supplement. So the theory is, why should you as federal workers? So it's only good for those who go out on MRE in 30 or 60 and 20. It is not paid if you go out on disability retirement, MRE in 10, or go out on the deferred retirement. Or if you go out on postponed annuity, you don't get it either. So they use Social Security rules, which means they look at a 40-year work history is what Social Security uses. The 30 years, the number above it, denotes those years you paid into the FERS retirement system. It does not include your military years or any other years that you only paid into Social Security. So if I had 26 years federal service and 4 years where I paid military deposit, I would put 26 up here. Okay? The $1,000 denotes what your statement says you are eligible to get at 62. They don't care if that's what you end up getting. That's the number they're going to use. So in the example on the board or in your books, you would get 3/4 of $1,000 per month until age 62, and then it stops. Then you could go to Social Security. You would wrap in your pre-government time, your post-government time, and your government time to come up with what your annuity from Social Security is going to be. However, that $750 is subject to the earnings test that Social Security puts on earnings. That is wages. It does not include your dividends or your pension. It's your welcome to Walmart paper or plastic. It's where you're paying into Social Security that they allow you to earn $15,480 this year, and then for every $2 over that amount, you would lose $1 of your $750. Okay? So that would come into play when deciding when are you going to retire. Because if you're like my people who golf, who go out in the spring, then you have earnings from the government from January to when you retire. If you're my beach people and you go out in the summer, you're going to have earnings from January to when you retire in the summer. I love the fall, so for the 2 months, if I was FERS, I would have had a reduction in my special supplement because of the earnings from the government I made from January to October. So again, that's why the MRA comes into play. Do I have anybody with a CSRS component in here? Okay. Phased-in retirement. This is something new with the government. It really hasn't been tried out much. The premise is most federal employees, when they retire, are going to continue working somehow. And so why don't we let them keep working for the federal government and train their successor? But there's some things to consider. Excuse me. It is only for those who go out under MRE in 30 or 60 and 20. You are not allowed to use your sick leave to increase your annuity. Because see, what you do is you retire in a partial annuity, you continue working part-time, and then you would retire again and collect the rest of it on the second part. But your second part is based on part-time work. Okay? This is for those that want to pretend they're retired. May I suggest you can't pretend you're retired. It's like something else. You either is or you ain't. And I got to be honest, the third day after I retired, I did wake up and thought, what the daylights have you done? You don't have a job, you don't know when you're getting money, and nobody really cares what you're doing. Now, I got over that 3.2 seconds later, but there was that moment where I knew I didn't have a job. Okay? This has not been tried out. And one of the things to consider, you are allowed to go back to full-time if the agency approves it. But think about it. What if your boss loves you? Love to have you back. But the bean counters, the budget people say, you know, that position doesn't exist anymore. You're stuck, right? Or the agency could come in and say, we want to get rid of all part-timers. Not that they would, but they could. And then you're gone. So I would either suggest keep working or retire and go get a fun job doing something that you want to do. Because the neat thing about a part-time job is if you don't like it, you get to quit. And then you go and try something else. And if you don't like that, you get to quit. You're no longer subject to having to work to make ends meet. You know, it becomes something fun in your life. Furloughs. This is when the agency doesn't have enough money to meet its bills. So you could be put in a LEWOP status. It usually doesn't last more than 22 days. Remember I said you are forgiven up to 6 months of leave without pay without it affecting your retirement. So the 22 days would not affect your retirement. But what it will affect is for every 80 hours you're in leave without pay, you don't accrue annual or sick leave for a pay period. So if you were furloughed for 22 days, you would not accrue annual or sick leave for 2 pay periods. Okay? Now, when the agency shut down, that's when the government decided it couldn't meet its bills. In the past, again, it doesn't affect your retirement. The only thing it could affect, and it probably did affect with some of you, is making up your health insurance premiums when you came back to work, because those do have to be made up. Historically, federal workers always get back paid once they sign the budget, right? I would suggest don't look for that to happen in future years. There was a lot of hoopla this time about federal workers getting compensated when they didn't come to work, and hotels lost money, delis closed down, restaurants closed up, contractors didn't get compensated. And so I am foreseeing, this is my crystal ball time, I am foreseeing a date soon where federal workers, if you were not essential, where you had to come into work, you're not going to get back paid. All right? Which means you've got to have an emergency fund, does it not? What if you couldn't come to work? How are your bills going to get paid? We heard a lot of people on the TV talking about that very fact, how it adversely affected them. But you got to understand, private industry has been facing this for a long time. And so I am predicting, with more and more people talking about limited terms. See, I'm not for limited terms. I want a Tip O'Neill, a Ted Kennedy, a Robert Byrd in office, because our benefits were their benefits and they were least likely to mess with mine because they were protecting themselves. But if they're only in for a season or two, they don't care. They don't have that invested interest with your benefits. It's like I said, I don't care who you vote for, just be conscious in your voting. Look to see more than the nonsense that comes in the mail. Maybe show up at a town meeting. Find out how they really feel. Because if you're like me, those notices that come in the mail, they go right in the trash, do they not? How many of you read them? They probably didn't even read them themselves. At any rate, just a gosh gee whiz, something to consider and keep reading. Again, it goes on to say your retirement continues. It is not adversely affected unless you have more than 6 months in a calendar year of leave without pay. Your life insurance continues. And your FEHB, you may have to make up premiums. If you did not receive pay for a whole pay period, then when you come back, you would have to double up on your premiums. Or they might charge you an extra half premium for 2 pay periods to make up the premium that was not paid for. Now, if you're on guaranteed leave and they want to furlough you, then you have to request in writing to reschedule that day that you were furloughed. Furlough means you can't be in a paid status, which means you cannot still be on annual leave. So here's how this works. If I'm off weekends, then I would probably want a Friday or Monday as my alternate day scheduled. But if my boss comes back and says, I can't give you Friday or Monday, I'll give you Wednesday, and I say, I don't like Wednesday, my choices are use Wednesday, lose Wednesday, or donate Wednesday. A criteria is not liking it. Okay? That's really important to know. They usually do try to make it a date that you do like, but I just want you to think it's a guarantee out there. And OPM has said being furloughed is not a reason to carry it over from 1 year to the next. Okay? All right. Let me take a 10-minute break right now so I can cough for a little bit. There's a lot of dust up here for some reason. So my watch says 20 minutes till. At 10 minutes till, I will be starting right on the nose. Okay, let's rock and roll. I'm ready. Can you hear me now? I'm ready? Okay. He's ready. We're ready. Now, I used to say I hated this part, but actually, I got to admit, I like saying it. Back in the old days, when guys were getting out of the military, a lot of times they would want to trade in their spouse for a younger model. And then that former spouse didn't receive any benefits. It would also happen when a federal employee died and their widow would go into OPM and say, I'm here to collect my benefits. My husband Guido, he died and I'm here to collect. Only to find out Guido didn't leave any benefits after he died. So that created the Spousal Equity Act of 1985 that said the first person to have dibs on your benefits when you're gone is a former spouse with a court order. Then a current spouse. An insurable interest is someone closer than a first cousin who's not blood, who relies on you for your livelihood. And then minor children's a benefit you don't pay for, you just receive. So your application looks like this. And it says, are you married now? Yes or no? And may I suggest if you're just separated, you are indeed married. So unless you've got a court document dividing your benefits, you have to go find that sweet thing and get them to agree to a less than full survivor benefit. It then goes on to say, do you have a former living spouse to whom a court order gives a survivor annuity or a portion of your retirement benefits based on your federal employment? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, they want a copy of the full divorce decree, not just the page that says how much. The answer is no, it's no, and you move on. Now, you are allowed to leave 50% of your annuity to your spouse, 25% of your annuity, or nothing. If you leave the full survivor benefit, which is 50% of your annuity, costing you 10% of your annuity, you just put your initials in that cute box number 1 and you just move on. But if you leave a less than full survivor benefit, which would be 25% of your annuity, costing you 5% of your annuity, your spouse has to give written notarized permission. Here it is again. A full survivor annuity, maximum survivor annuity, costing you 10% of your annuity to leave 50% of your annuity once you're gone. Partial survivor annuity costs you 5% of your annuity to leave 25% of your annuity. An annuity only during your lifetime. Do I have employees married to federal employees in here? Okay. Whoa. Must be the water. Okay. If you are not married to a federal employee, you have to leave a survivor benefit for your spouse to continue health insurance in the federal plan after you're gone. If you are married to a federal employee and you both receive a retirement annuity check from the government, you can waive entitlement to each other's annuity, and then when the one spouse dies, pick up your health insurance under your own annuity. Now, the kicker is you both got to receive an annuity. I did this seminar in Florida, and I had a lady in my group who, when she and her husband, when he was getting ready to retire, she intended to work until she retired. And so she waived entitlement to his survivor benefit. But it burned her soul that he was sleeping in till noon every day. So she quit. He died. She got no health insurance. So now she was working for 5 years to carry health insurance into retirement. And if you want to meet a miserable human being, it is that person working 5 years to take health insurance into retirement. So I promised her everywhere I went I would make sure the point was clear. You both have to receive a survivor annuity, and then you can waive entitlement to each other's benefits, And then because you're receiving an annuity, if the one spouse dies, you pick up paying for the health insurance under your own annuity. In other words, you have to leave an annuity in order for health insurance to continue after you're gone. Insurable interest, again, someone who's closer than a first cousin, who's not blood, who relies on you for your livelihood. The cost is anywhere from 10 to 40% of your annuity. You have to get medical documentation you're in good health and affidavits on how they rely on you for your livelihood. And then OPM would approve that insurable interest. And then this is the combo. Former spouse gets first dibs. Anything left over can go to the current spouse, or insurable interest might be the only option available. Now, as important as I believe it is to get financial advice from somebody trained in your benefits, I would also suggest if you're going through a divorce, you would want an attorney who is briefed in your benefits as well. I had an individual, under the old system, we could leave anywhere from 0 to 55% of our annuity. So Jesse and his ex agreed to leave half to the ex, leaving the other half in case he found someone new. But they went to an attorney who didn't understand federal benefits. And so the attorney gave 50% to the ex. That left 5 to the new. Under your plan, it would leave nothing to the new, because the most you can give away is 50%. So in the middle of the room, he's screaming, no, you got to be wrong. And so we said, no, that's how it works. He goes, no, you don't understand. I now do have a sweet young thing. And how do I go home and say, instead of getting 27.5%, you're going to get 5%? The rest of the story is the ex went back to court and got it changed back to what she had originally agreed to. That's a pretty nice ex-wife. Probably shouldn't have left. That's another story. Anyway, you want to make sure your benefits are the way you want them and not be a victim when you go to retire. So here's the example. If your annuity was at $15,607, it would cost you 10% to leave 50%. Partial, of course, would be 25% of that amount, costing you 5% to leave them 25%. This is the chart showing anywhere from 10 to 40% of your annuity, the cost for insurable interest, based on the difference in your ages. So here you've got a former spouse to get the full survivor benefit costing 10%. Now they got a current spouse, and so therefore it's costing them 15% because of the difference in their ages. So for 1/4 of their annuity, they can provide 2 survivor benefits. They are eligible to get your special supplement until age 60, when their widow benefits would kick in from Social Security. But they too are subject to that earnings test. So they're only allowed to get paid wages, $15,480, and then for every $2 over that amount, they would lose $1 of your special supplement. Now, if you don't walk out on your own 2 feet, God will help you out the door. But everybody has to leave their job someday. And in order for your spouse to be eligible for benefits when you're gone, you would have to have been a federal employee for at least 18 months. They would have had to have been married to you for at least 9 months or be the parent of a child. Or the former spouse would have to have been married to you for 9 months and have a court order. Now here's how it works. If you have less than 10 years with the federal government, then your spouse would get 50% of your final check, or high 3, whichever is greater, plus a one-time cash payout of $31,316. What's missing? There's no annuity. So this spouse would not be eligible to continue health insurance unless there were children receiving a minor benefit. Once the kids age out, then the spouse loses their health coverage as well. Because while the kids are receiving an annuity, they can pay for the family health insurance. So here you got somebody who only had 8 years of federal service. Their high 3 was at $47,654. So once they're paid out $55,143 and change, they're paid in full. They would not receive another nickel. Now here's somebody who had more than 10 years federal service. And what they do is they pretend instead of dying, you chose to retire. So what they would do is they're going to pay you for your last breath on earth. And then they would compute your annuity, and then your spouse would be eligible to get 50% of that amount. plus they would be eligible to continue your special supplement till age 60. And they would also get that one-time cash payout out of $31,000 and change. So here, you would see they would be eligible to get that 50% of the $15,607, plus the one-time cash payout of $31,316, plus the special supplement. Now, the survivor annuity stops if the current spouse or former spouse remarries before age 55. Unless they were married to you for 30 years or more, then they can remarry the next day and collect full survivor benefit, and you might want to check the water. Now, if the current spouse's subsequent marriage ends in death or divorce, they can go back and recollect the survivor benefit. But if the former spouse remarries before age 55 without being married for 30 years, then once they remarry, they're out of luck. They can never go back and recollect. Children receive a benefit whether you die on the job or die in retirement, as long as they're unmarried, up to age 18 if out of school, or up to 22 if a full-time student, or any age if disabled before age 22 and still disabled. Each child would get $511 per month if one parent's remaining, not to exceed $1,507 per month per family. If both parents are deceased, each child would get $603 a month, not to exceed $1,809 per month per family. Now, when you all came into the government, you probably put down mom, dad, or spouse 1, 2, or 3. And if you've never changed your beneficiary forms, that's who's going to get the money when you die. And I've seen a lot of former spouses torn up as they collected that money. And I've seen a lot of current spouses wanting to dig them back up and kill them again for not changing them. So the forms you're going to fill out is an SF 1152. This is for your last paycheck and your lump sum annual leave monies, an SF 1152. Then if you have life insurance with the government, you want to fill out an SF 2823. SF 2823. And then you want to fill out an SF 3102. That is for the monies you're putting into FERS. But you may say, but Pat, I've got a spouse who's going to get a benefit. What if you're both in the same car? Who's to receive the money then? And children cannot receive the money without it be a guardian being appointed, anyone under 18. And the kind of oversight I'm talking about, one of my guys, his father-in-law left his kids $5,000 each. He had to do quarterly reports that cost $250 each. Now, if he had not been an air traffic controller and able to pay out of pocket, that $5,000 would have gotten eaten up. I had another guy who was dying. He was going to leave his dad his life insurance. But his dad was a Medicaid recipient, and he would have lost his apartment and medical insurance if he had received that hunk of money. So you need to know people's situations. So another homework assignment might be a trust fund. To put your estate in a trust as oversight for anybody for minor children. And if you, I'll talk about meeting with Kyle later to help you walk through this process. And if you don't have everything in writing as to who's going to be the guardian of your kids, and this is something that should be readdressed every year, because somebody may want to take care of a baby, but they don't want a tween or a teen. Conversely, they may want to take on a teen or a tween, but not a baby. But their marital status may change. Their health may change. They just plain out don't want to do it. So it needs to be re-looked at. And don't assume mom and dad will take care of them. I had a guy who left all his money to his mom because she was going to look after the kids. Well, mom got a case of the you-know-what with the kids and said, my son wanted me to have all that money and didn't share a nickel. You can't make this stuff up, because if you want to see ugly, let $1.50 be involved. Okay? So the more you have in writing, the better off you are. Where do you find these forms? You go to opm.gov. And you will see a link at the top for forms. These are fillable forms. You fill them in, print them out, get your witnesses, then turn them into HR. The fourth form you want to fill out is a TSP-3 that you go to tsp.gov, and you're going to have to download this form and then fill it in. This form can be faxed into TSP, but it has to be pristine, perfect. In other words, no cross-out, no whiteouts, no cross-out initials, no overwriting. If you make a mistake, start over because they're going to mail it right back to you. Okay? Ultimately, it could finally go through this process. But in the meantime, notices have to be put in the paper. And I know I'm related to all of you, so I'm coming after your money. Now, every place I go, I meet somebody who has had this happen to them. Because we have people out there with nothing better to do than read the paper and put in claims on estates that doesn't belong to them. And in the meantime, nothing can get paid while you're disavowing these idiots. So the more you can have in writing and in documenting, the better off you're going to be. Now, if you're a computer geek and you've got everything password protected on your computer, may I suggest you put a note in your wallet saying, if you're reading this, I must be gone. The password is. Many times we had to hire a geek to break into a computer to find out where all the assets were. May I also suggest that you have everything in a strong box, a fire safe box. Marriage certificates, death certificates, birth certificates, Social Security cards. You know those little things? If you don't have it, you better find it because that's all they want to talk about. And if it's laminated, you need a new one. It's no good anymore. Okay? And it should all be in one place. Now, I did a seminar once. This guy said, hell, I shredded my divorce decree when I got it. I said, well, dude, you better get another one because she's going to need it if she has to put in for your estate. Because all documents have to be submitted before anything can be given out. And many times I had to make multiple trips to the house because somebody didn't know where something was. And maybe you need to have a note in your sock drawer that says, if you're reading this, we must both be gone. The box is under the stairs. Because if you were both in the same car, would anybody have a clue where your accounts are? If you have a safety deposit box, hell, read the paper. They're auctioning them off all the time because people didn't know they were out there. All right? So I know there's a trust factor. You don't always want to tell your kids what you got because if you're addicted to investigative discovery like I am, you know, they like to kill them and they still don't get the money. But you got to have something in place that helps you to figure out help them figure out how they're going to claim your estate and where all your assets are. Okay? And I will go one step further. My dad became a techno geek at 75. And he swore when he was dying, everything was in Mom's name. And because I'm sure a lot of you are under the misperception that everything automatically goes to the spouse. I want you to know nothing goes anywhere unless you have it in joint tenant or have both names on it. Because we had to do a slight probate on one CD because my dad, he must have renewed it over the phone and hit 1 instead of 2 and knocked her off. And so we had to do a slight probate. So you want to be sure to review your assets to see how they are. And you don't want joint tenant with your kids. Because if you have something in joint tenant with the kids and they get in trouble through an accident or a credit, that asset now becomes their asset. All right? So this is another one of those ducks in a row that you need to look and see how your stuff is made out. All right, disability retirement. I'm going to allow you to tell your buddy something. I don't do that often. Disability retirement is when you're no longer able to do your job at the same pay and grade for a year or more. Because you're in a Social Security program, you have to apply for Social Security disability, which says you have to be unable to engage in any substantial gainful activity for a year or more due to a severe physical or mental condition. Because remember, they cover everybody. So when you apply for disability retirement, you have to put in for their disability as well. And although you can't do your job with the government, you may be able to do another job in private industry and may do so as long as you do not make more than 80% of what you were earning when you were a federal employee. And you're allowed to take your health and life insurance if you've been covered for 5 years prior to leaving the government. Now, when disability is approved, it's made effective the first day you go on continuous leave without pay. But you know the difference between a sick person and a well person is? A sick person wants to come to work. Because then I must be getting better. That's normal. But they can't sustain it, and then they're back out again. And then when it's approved, it's only backed up to here. Whereas if they just stayed out, it could have been backed up all the way to the first day they went on continuous leave without pay. So if you've got a buddy who's going out on disability, tell them to stay out. Because in the long run, it'll pay them off. And then here's what they do. The first year, you get 60% of your high 3, reduced by any Social Security disability you receive. Remember, they are not eligible to receive the special supplement for FERS. Then the next year and every year thereafter, you get 40% of your high 3, reduced by 60% of any Social Security disability received. And then at age 62, they recompute your benefit as if you worked all the way to that point. Okay? If a cost of living increase is given out, it's effective December 1 each year, and it's based on the Consumer Price Index. But you are not eligible to get a cost of living increase until age 62. If the Consumer Price Index increase was between 0 and 2%, you get the actual increase. Between 2 and 3%, you get 2%. And over 3%, you get the CPI minus 1. If anybody has a CSRS component, the old retirement system, you would get cost of living increases on your CSRS years, but not your FERS years until age 62. Now, you can retire any day of the month, but your annuity is not effective till the first of the month. So I had these puppies on my desk for 3 years prior to retirement, the leave and earnings calendar. And I used to highlight the perfect days to retire. And although every day is a good day to retire, if the day you retire, at the end of that day, you will have worked 80 hours, then you accrue annual and sick for that pay period. Now, December 31st, 2013 was a Tuesday of the first week of a pay period. This year, December 31st is the Wednesday of the first week of a pay period. So anyone who retires 12/31 is not going to accrue annual or sick leave for that pay period. The other thing you want to look at, though, is like 12/31/11 was a perfect storm. It was the end of the month, the end of the year, the end of a pay period, the end of the leave year. So if anybody had said they wanted to go out January 1st, Happy New Year, they could have only gotten paid for, what, 240 hours annual leave, right? Because that's all you can take from 1 year to the next. So it is a consideration you want to have in looking at what's the best day for you to retire. Now, under the old system, we had a 4-day window we could retire in. You could go out the 31st, it started the 1st, go out the 1st, start the 2nd, 2nd start the 3rd, 3rd start the 4th. Do you know why we got a 4-day window and you don't? Congress got out January 3rd and they wanted their annuity to start the next day. See what I mean about having that interest in our benefits? Just saying. And so if somebody is considering, say January 6th, because that's your birthday, remember from the 7th to the 31st, you're in a non-pay status, never to be compensated. And then you would have to be retired for February before they compensate you for February. So the best day for you to retire is as close to the end of the year as possible, right? Because then you go from one pay into the retirement pay. Just something to think about. Here's what you're going to do 90 days ahead of time. The book says 30 to 45 days. I like a 90-day window. 90 days ahead of time, you want to turn in your retirement package, which is an SF 3107. That is your application for retirement. God bless you. And then your next form, if you have life insurance with the government, is an SF 2818 for continuing life insurance after age 65. And then the fourth form is a new W-4P. Now, the first two you can find at opm.gov. The last one you would go to irs.gov. You see, your application for retirement is going to say, do you want federal taxes coming out of your retirement? More than likely, you're going to say yes. Then it says, do you want the same amount coming out in retirement as you did as an employee? I always said no. And then it says, attach a new W-4P. Because if you say yes, they want you to get a copy from the agency. It's just easier to fill out a new form because it's been my experience, most people don't remember what they've got coming out. So it only makes sense to fill out a new W-4P. The last thing you're going to do with your agency when you go to retire is a clearance record. That's what I used to call the defrocking ceremony. That's where we take back everything we ever gave you but a hard time. We want your IDs, your parking permits, laptops, Blackberries, cell phones, whatever was issued to you that's government property you want to turn in. This clearance record releases your final check and your annual leave payout. So it's a very important document. I forgot to change this slide. Your annual leave lump sum is paid direct deposit, not a separate check. All right, here's where you guys got to have a plan. And I'm going to do an illustration for you. Let's say, I like round numbers, so bear with me, okay? Let me suggest your high three was $100,000. And you did 30 years of service, so that is 1% of your high three, because I'm only going out at MRA and 30. So I would get $30,000 a year. As it says on the slide, you get 60 to 80% of that amount. $18,000 divided by 12 is $1,500 a month. Now you are liable to get that amount up to a year before they finalize you. The quickest I have seen where the special supplement starts coming to you is 2 to 3 months. The average, government-wide, is 7 months. But I've seen it take as long as a year. So what am I saying? You need a plan on how you're going to live the first year in retirement. Because the bulk of the money you have coming to you is going to be a lot of that special supplement. That's a big amount. Okay, so what I did here is I came up with a high three. I had 30 years, so 1% of my high three. And then 60 to 80% of that amount. Because what they're holding in that 20 to 40% is your health insurance premium, your federal taxes, your life insurance, and your survivor annuity. They would rather owe you money than you owe them money. Okay? So you will notice state taxes are not being held out. You have to pay that out of pocket until you are finalized and can then set up an allotment. And if you have dental and vision or long-term care, that has to be paid out of pocket until you're finalized. And then you can have an allotment set up. So when you leave here to go into retirement, all allotments coming out will stop. So you have to have other means on how you're going to make those car payments or any other allotments you have coming out. Okay? Like it says, it can last 1 to 9 months. Now, mind you, in my case, I retired October 2nd. I was easy. I walked in the door and 150 years later, I retired. I had no runs, no hits, no errors. It took them 10 months to finalize me. At which time you get the book. The book, this is the show and tell portion of the program, is 28 pages all about me, as it should be. But I mean by that, there's no fluff stuff. I don't turn a page and say, well, that ain't me. Well, that ain't me. Everything in here is about my benefits. What my annuity is going to be, how much I'm paying for health insurance, life insurance, survivor annuity, how much I have federal taxes coming out, how much I put into the retirement system and what part of my annuity is going to be tax-free. How much they had over-kept out and had already direct deposited into my account. But it took them 10 months to get mine done. Okay? That's why I'm saying I've seen them be as fast as 2 to 3 months. But I've seen other cases where it took up to a year. Now, I do not recommend you call these people. You're liable to get on hold for 45 minutes, get somebody with an attitude. But here's what I recommend. If you go to, I understand they're getting better, so what I say must be getting back to them. I've had people come up and say, they're really nice when you call. So, if you go to opm.gov, you will see a link at the top for retirement. And then you're going to see a link for Services Online. Services Online is the My Pay in Retirement. And let me back up for a second. I retired October 2nd. My package went from the personnel office to the payroll department. Now, does agriculture do your, interior rather do your pay? Defense. Okay. And then when they send your package, you're going to get a letter from them saying, hi, we just mailed your retirement package off to the mine shaft in Boyers, Pennsylvania. It is literally a mine shaft where all good retirement applications go. And they're going to give you a tracking number. And then a week later or so, I got a letter from OPM giving me my CSA number, Civil Servant Annuitant number. I also received a half envelope with the perforated sides that had a PIN number in there for my Services Online account. This is what you get to, where your pay statement is, your annuity statement, where you make all changes to your benefits. It's done through Services Online. While you're in an interim pay, you get an interim menu. You're allowed to change your home address, your email address, your direct deposit, your federal taxes. Until you're finalized, then you get a full menu. Okay? And so I got my letter from them around the, I don't know, it was like the 15th or so of the month. And then on the 23rd, I got a letter from them, and I'm on Facebook. So I posted, I think I'm getting money. Yeah. And sure enough, my interim pay started the 1st of November. But I stayed in that interim pay for the next 10 months. Okay? So although you're going to get that, in my example, $1,500 a month, you're liable to be that way for a long time. Okay? Now, at Services, on the same page, Retirement, we're going to see Services Online. You're also going to see a link that says Contact Us. And then you're going to see an email address that says retire@opm.gov. Retire@opm.gov. You see, if it's a policy question or a question in retirement that you've got, then I recommend you send them an email, and you're going to get a written response within 2 weeks. So I could have a question at 10 o'clock at night, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I can fire off an email to retire@opm.gov and get a response back. Excuse me. But if it is something as an employee, then you have to go to your benefits people, because they will send you right back to your agency if it is a question about paying your military deposit back. But if you wanted to know something to do with a disabled child or a divorce question or a amount coming out of your pay, then that would be a question that you would ask OPM. All right? So, or you just found out that your former spouse can't remarry, and you know for a fact that you remarried, and she was only married to you for 29 years and 11 months, and you want to report that, then that would be where you would go to get that information to them. Okay? All right, here's where we're going to go from here, because I'm only given a limited amount of time. So we're going to talk TSP, where you are automatically allowed to put in up to 5%, $17,500 into your TSP. You get 5% matching. I have to tell you, the 5% matching is on the cutting block, because most private industries have done away with their matching funds. So in a spirit of making you like private industry, they're talking about taking it away from you as well. You have 5 choices of investments. You have, it is pre-tax savings, tax-deferred investments, and you can't move a nickel without your spouse's permission. They found out a few years ago that a lot of federal employees were never getting involved in TSP, one leg of their retirement. So now, all new employees have to have 3% put into TSP. They can opt out, but they would see they were not getting another nickel in their pocket because they're now paying taxes on that amount. If you're going to be age 50 or older this year and you've put in the $17,500, you're allowed to put in an additional $5,500. The no look back means that maybe I couldn't afford it last year, but I can do $11,000 this year. I can only do from this point forward. Back in the old days, we only had the GF&C fund, and we used to be able to move our money around every day. Well, there was an air traffic controller who had nothing better to do on midnights, and he started a blog. And if you followed his blog, he was predicting what the C funds were going to do. And if you followed his blog, you too could move your money around every single day. So TSP got wind of it, and although it wasn't true day trading, it gave the appearance of day trading. So that is why you can only move your money around twice a month, thanks to the FAA. Actually, the employees following him ought to thank TSP, because if he had continued in 2006, 2007, he would have taken everybody off the cliff with him. As it was, he just made himself broke. I actually got to meet him. I said, I talk about you wherever I go. Now, the iFund is international. It's supposed to be relatively safe. That's why you'll never see China, India, Japan. And that's why you see Australia, Europe. All right, it's relatively safe. And then the small cap. The L fund, they found out around 10 years ago that most employees were only involved in the G fund. The G fund that's not keeping up with inflation, because employees didn't know how to invest. Now, the premise behind this is not when are you retiring, but when are you going to start taking your money out of TSP? And then that is the fund you would sign up for. So if I signed up for 2030, this only works if I put it in and leave it be. But if I'm somebody's got a minutia of my money, this is not for you. You see, it is designed to be able to bounce back, rebalance, till in 2020 it's reconfigured. And then it would rebalance until in present day, the income is where money's starting to flow out to you. As a matter of fact, most people, if they had left the money alone and when the C fund went south, it would be back up to the unreduced amount. But if you're one of these got to touch, feel, and spend, then you're not going to be able, this is not a good place for you. It is designed for the long haul, and to do my favorite game in Vegas again, let it ride. Okay? You are allowed, if you're age 59.5 years of age or older, to take all or part of your money out of TSP and still contribute. If you do this one-time age-based withdrawal, the partial withdrawal option is not available to you in retirement. Now, you will notice that no money can come out of TSP unless a notarized signature is given. And that's because money's got redirected out of TSP without permission. So you are allowed at retirement to take all your money out, and I mean touch, feel, spend, or you can transfer it out to another IRA, or you can take monthly payments you can only change once a year in December. Now, I've known 5 people, I call them my smack brothers, who took all their money out of TSP. You know, the government's not going to have my money, I'm taking it all out. And so they paid off their house, they bought a boat, they bought a car, and they gave 33% back to IRS. Because the money had never been taxed. And it threw them into a higher bracket. And so I met one, it's been a month ago now. He said, I don't think that was a good decision. I said, you think? So the bottom line is you need a plan on how you're going to have your TSP money work for you in retirement. You're also allowed to leave it alone and not touch it at all no later than the month you turn April 1st after you turn 70.5. You see, that is the age IRS says you've got to start paying taxes on pre-tax dollars. And so, let me back up. You know, when I turned 40, ARP started writing me to tell me I was getting old. You know what I did with those notices. And then when you turn 50, 50-ish in there, Medicare starts writing you. The insurance companies tell you you're getting old and you're getting eligible for Medicare. And I put those in the trash. So although TSP and your other banks are going to write you to say what your minimum distribution is, my fear is you're going to trash those notices as well. And here's what's going to happen. And this pertains not only to TSP, but it pertains to all your pre-tax dollars. Let me suggest that this year you had to take out $10,000 out of all your pre-tax dollars, and you failed to do so. Then IRS is going to penalize you 50%, and you pay taxes on 100%. Do you hear me now? So you need a plan on how your IRAs, your TSP, is going to work in your retirement. There are 18 annuity options in the TSP program. Actually, I've heard it referred to as 3. There is self and spouse, self and someone who's not your spouse. It's very rigid. It's an old-fashioned annuity, and there are many other annuity options outside the government. This would probably not be your best bet. Case in point, if I gave them $100,000 to receive $1,000 a month, once I hand over that principal, I never have access to it again. So if I die 2 payments out, they get to keep the other $98,000. That's what I'm talking about. All right. If I had it for me and my spouse, and we're both in the same car, same deal applies. Okay. So if you're interested in an annuity, just take off the blinders and look elsewhere as well. That's what I'm trying to say. Because there's many more out there that might better serve your purpose. Now, you're allowed to take money out of TSP as long as you separate or retire in the year you're going to turn 55. So it can come out of TSP penalty-free. So one option may be to determine what amount you want to have access to between retirement and 59.5. Then transfer the rest of that money outside the government into IRAs and put it into different funds to feed you better. Because when you start turning on a flow of money coming to you from TSP, it comes out proportionate to the way it's in. So if I had 50% in the C and 20 in the I and the 10 in the G, F, and S, that's how it's going to come back to me. All right? Whereas on outside the government, I could say I'll take money out of that fund, and that fund, leave these 2 alone. All right? You don't have that opportunity within the government. But because we have access to our money when we separate younger than 59.5, then this is a fund that we have access to prior to that time. You will notice for CSRS employees, they just want the name and address of our spouse. They're going to write them a letter and say, hi, Pat's taking her money out of TSP. And if Pat's slick and gets to the mailbox first, nobody's the wiser. But you will also notice you can't take a nickel out without getting your spouse's notarized signature. Because when TSP was created, it was made a part of the federal employees' retirement system. It is not part of my retirement system. It was just a little perk that we were allowed to be involved in, and that's why we don't get matching. It was not part of our retirement. Okay, last year they came out with the Roth. This is where you put monies in on an after-tax basis. And there is no, but like any Roth, you have to leave it in for 5 years or age 59.5, whichever is longer. And you could, in fact, if you're age 50 or older this year, put in the full $23,000 into a Roth. There's no income limits for the Roth TSP. You're allowed to transfer other Roth monies into the Roth TSP. But when it comes back to you, it comes back proportionate to the way it's in. So if I have 70% in pre-tax, 30% in post-tax in the Roth, that's how it comes back to me. I don't have the latitude of saying, I only want post-tax dollars this year, or I only want pre-tax dollars this year. It's going to come back proportionate to the way I put it in. Your 5% matching is put on the pre-tax side. So even if I put the full $23,000 on the Roth, the 5% matching is going to be pre-tax money. You still have the loans, the in-service withdrawal and partial withdrawals available. I love this slide. See, I was always told that your taxes are less in retirement. But let's think about that. I told you in the book, it said what part of my annuity was going to be tax-free. I will now tell you I'll be almost 86 years old before I get all my money back, which should tell you most of my retirement is taxable income. You're going to find out in a little bit that most of your Social Security is going to be taxable income. You just found out all of your TSP probably is taxable income. And did we not just lose the 10% tax bracket at the end of the year? And are not taxes expected to go up in the next 2 to 3 years? So the least amount of taxes you may have paid were yesterday. And the reason I bring this up is the buying power for your annuity. Something else for you to consider. Now, these folks got Katrina out of New Orleans. They're now in Birmingham, Alabama. I highly encourage you to call them if you get a question or to go to their website. They're constantly trying to improve it. Now, this is where I want to skip down to, I want to go down to life insurance. Our life insurance is, the basic is your salary rounded up to the next 1,000 plus 2,000. So if my salary, as I'm walking out the door, this is the amount we're talking about, was $97,250, rounded up would be $98,000 plus $2,000, I would have $100,000 worth of life insurance. Okay? You pay the same cost per thousand at age 20 that you will at age 70. As an employee, it's 15 cents per thousand. You will notice the monthly rate is a little more than double, and that's because you get paid 26 times now, and you get paid 12 times in retirement. So, the extra benefit was identical to the basic, at no extra cost to you. It was there until age 35. And then at age 35, that extra benefit started reducing 10%, till at age 45, it was gone. So you need to decide at retirement, what do you want to have happen to this $100,000? And you're given 3 choices. You need to decide what you want to have happen to it at age 65. Your 3 choices are, I never wanted to reduce. I want $100,000 forevermore. For that, you pay $2.26.5 per thousand per month to your 65th birthday, and then it goes down to $1.94 per thousand per month. Or you could say, I want to reduce 50%. You would have $100,000 to your 65th birthday, at which time it starts reducing 1% per month, till roughly 3.5 years later, it's worth half its value. For that, you pay 96.5 cents per thousand per month till your 65th birthday, and then it goes down to 64 cents per thousand per month. And roughly 3.5 years later, it's worth half its value. Or you can do the 75% reduction. You would have $100,000 to your 65th birthday, at which time it starts reducing 2% per month. And roughly 3.5 years later, it's worth 1/4 its value. You pay the same cost in retirement as you did as an employee, and the day it starts reducing, it's free. The day it starts reducing, it's free. So the reason for the house in the box is that you never age out. So if I lived to be 150, there would always be 1/4 of my salary available to bury me. Okay? And the day it starts reducing, it's free. So you pay the same amount in retirement as you did as an employee. The day it starts reducing, it's free. And the least it's going to be is 1/4 of what you were making as you walked out the door. After you make that decision, option A is a flat $10,000. The most it will cost you is an additional $13 a month between the ages of 61 to 64. At age 65, it too is free because it reduces down to $2,500. Option B is the kicker. It is your salary rounded up where you can get up to 5 times your salary, or in this example, $490,000. It costs pennies per thousand because it was designed to replace things if you died young. The mortgage, the college fund, the babysitter, the cook, the maid, everything that would have to be replaced if you died young. It was never meant to be there if you live to a ripe old age and the kids are out on their own, the house is almost paid for. So I used to get a line at my door when people turned 50. Because as you can see, the premium almost doubled from what it was at 49. And if they slept through that moment, I for sure saw them at 55. Because then it almost doubled again. You see, to a person, there comes a time in your life when you have to dump it. Because it becomes cost prohibitive. So the question becomes, what do you have the insurance for? What is it to accomplish? And is it the best game in town for you now? Now, I know there are people right now thinking, I don't know what I'm paying for right now. But if you go to your last personnel action in box 27, it will spell out exactly what you have. Option C is in the event of the death of an eligible family member, where you can get up to 5 times 5,000 in the event of the death of a spouse, or up to 5 times 2,500 in the event of the death of an eligible child, which is 18 if out of school, 22 if a full-time student. Now, I can't tell you how many guys would come in to do retirement papers, only to find out their youngest was 32 and they'd been divorced 10 years and they were still paying for the family plan. You see, we sign up for these things and we just let it ride. We never think about it again. So for anybody who is in this situation, you can get an SF-2817, re-sign what life insurance you want to continue paying for, and resubmit it to your personnel office, and then monitor your pay slip to make sure it takes effect. I recently heard of a case where a woman did put in a new election form, and then she went into la-la land and didn't realize that for 10 years it never changed. And when she went to reclaim the premiums from her agency, they only gave her 2 years. So you got to be conscious in your life. All right? You're allowed to get more insurance if you so elect, as long as you get a physical at your own expense and OPM approves it. Or you can get deployed and sign up for as much insurance as you like. You've got to carry the increased insurance for 5 years in order to take it into retirement. Okay, long-term care, if you don't have it, I would suggest that you look into what would you do if you can't take care of yourself. All right? Because the average age for needing long-term care is 42. MS hits people in their 20s, Lou Gehrig's in their 30s. And any day of the week, you can pick up a paper where somebody in their 30s has had a stroke and paralyzed from the neck down. So what usually happens in families, they will try to self-insure, and the one spouse ends up using up all the assets, and then when they die, the surviving spouse has to sell off everything to continue living. So again, this is one of those areas you need to give some consideration to. But for right now, I want to hop down to health insurance. I got good news for you. You get to pay the same amount for your health insurance in retirement as you do as an employee. So if you take your premium, multiply it by 26, and then divide by 12, that is your premium in retirement. The bad news is you're going to pay with post-tax dollars, and right now you're paying with pre-tax dollars. Now I've got a homework assignment for you. I'm a cancer survivor, and I had an HMO, and I was very happy with my care. But I know I can't go to Johns Hopkins or the Mayo Clinic or the Cancer Center of Philadelphia. If that is important to you, you don't want an HMO. So your homework assignment is to review your health insurance to see what it covers if, and you put in the if. Now, I'm going to pick on Blue Cross for a second, because 100 years ago when I came in the government, if you had a Blue Cross card, you didn't pay another nickel. And if you signed up for something and haven't read it again for the next 10, 20 years, and then go to use it, you're in for the shock of your life because of the copays. So I am encouraging all of you to review it to see what it covers if. In August, OPM will start posting on the OPM site changes to all our health insurance. So you will be ready in November for the health fair, I saw posted, to go and ask the carriers about other health insurance. Now, I want you to know not being happy is not a reason to change your plan. I used to have guys come in and yell at me because their kid needed a test, their spouse needed to go to a certain hospital, and the insurance said no. So that's why I'm encouraging you all to review your insurance to see what it covers if. I met a gentleman in Atlanta. He was 60-odd years old. He had to do that age-based withdrawal with TSP to take his wife to the Mayo Clinic because his insurance said no. All right? And so now he will continue working forever because he had to use up all the monies in his retirement fund. Okay? Flexible spending is not available to you in retirement. It is only available to you as an employee. So as long as you've been insured on your retirement date and you go out on an immediate annuity and you've left a spousal annuity, your spouse is able to continue it after you're gone. When I say be under the plan, I mean be under the FEHB umbrella. You could have Blue Cross 1 year, GEHA 1 year, Mail Handlers 1 year, Aetna 1 year, Kaiser 1 year, as long as you're under the FEHB. Now, do I have any people in here who are going to do TRICARE for life? Then you want to get in the FEHB, the open season before retirement. Your TRICARE years count towards the 5 years. Then after retirement, you can suspend your enrollment in the FEHB, continue with TRICARE, and then if they get silly or change your benefits, during the next open season, you are able to get into the FEHB again. It gives you some versatility, okay? Otherwise, you lose that opportunity if you don't jump into the FEHB before you go into retirement. Okay, and the cost right now stays the same, but having said that, you know the president wants everybody to have our health insurance. So what's that going to do to your premiums? So I take you back to page 1 and stay, keep reading. Kids are covered for the basic insurance till age 26. They lose their dental and vision coverage when they turn 22. Okay? Which is your next homework assignment. I can't tell you how many people used to tell me, my dental doesn't cover squat. To which I always said, why are you paying for it? So make sure you review it every year to see what they're changing it to make sure you're getting the best game in town, as well as your vision. Okay, how much time do we have left? 10 minutes? Opening it up for questions. I apologize for not hitting the other subjects. If you want to have a slower pace or more information given out, make sure we put it on the critique. In the meantime, before everybody walks out on me, I have 2 evaluations that need to be filled out, one for your agency and one for my company. I will, first let me call Kyle up to explain what you're going to offer complimentary if they fill in the section. The top part's about me on our evaluation, and the next part are areas you need more help, and then Kyle's going to talk to you about how getting the issues answered and what he's offering complimentary.
All right, guys, really quickly because we got to get out of here and I'm hungry. So in there, you'll notice there's, for some of you had some color worksheet there, just giving you an idea of what happens in an initial no-cost consultation with me. Listen, your benefits are great, but they're not going to be 100% of what you make. So there will be a shortfall. Okay, some of you, that shortfall is not a big deal, so you know, hey, I can deal with it. But for many of you, just based on experience, it's going to be a shock to the system. So what I do is I help people bridge that gap or those shortfalls. So the first 4 questions that I usually answer for anybody who's come to one of these, when they sit with me, if you're someone who likes to use the web, well, you can do the web with me. I don't care. I just think you need clarity. The one is, will it be enough? If you stay on the path you're currently on, will it be enough to give you the lifestyle you want in retirement? Retirement's a want, not a need. Needs-based retirement's cat food and crackers. Okay? So it's not how much you need, how much do you want? Okay, number 1. Number 2, will my money last as long as I do? The number 1 fear for most people in America right now is running out of money, followed by death. Okay? 47% of all people retiring over the next 18 years will show a shortfall in retirement. And we're not talking small ones, we're talking drastic. 50% shortfalls and climbing. Number 3, will I be able to maintain the lifestyle I like or want in retirement based on the path I'm currently on? Number 4, how much should I save and what rate of return do I need? So if you want clarity or answers to those questions, I give that to you in the initial consultation, no cost. The reason it's no cost is I believe you should have that clarity. If you want to move from that point with me, we'll talk about that. But if not, that doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm just glad you know. right? G.I. Joe said knowing's half the battle. So anyway, thanks. Hopefully you guys learned something today.
It's what I call getting a second opinion, okay? Now, I will open it up for questions. Yes, sir.
Health benefits, how does that,
Oh, wait a minute. I think there's a, hello? Wait a minute, I don't know how to, hello? Okay.
for your health benefits, how's that affected by Medicare?
It is still better than any gap insurance out there, and you still need your health insurance to cover what Medicare does not cover. So you know Medicare covers the first 20%, and then the FEHB would cover the 80%.
So I should pick up Part B for Medicare?
Absolutely. You want to pick up Part B for Medicare Part B. Yes, because if you don't get in when you should have, you pay a 10% penalty for failure to get in when you should have. Okay? Wait. Okay. No, Medicare is senior citizen insurance that doesn't kick in until you're 65. Okay, was that your question?
No.
Oh, go.
My question was regarding survivor benefits.
Right.
I'm not married and I don't have minor children, so if I die in service, my survivor benefits would go to...
Here's what they would do. They would pretend, let's say your annuity is $3,000 a month, and let's suggest you put in $100,000 into the retirement system. So, and let's say you live 10 years. So that would be $360,000, which far exceeds $100,000 that you put into the system. Your account is paid in full. You retire, you don't get the first check, somebody's going to get the $100,000. That is what that beneficiary form was, the third one that I put up there. Okay? Anyone in the field that has a question? Anyone else out here have a question? I give it to you, Ms. Paulette.
Okay, we are finished, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. Please do the questionnaires, though.
Right, please fill out the questionnaires for us. For those of you who are online, please fill those out and scan them to the HR Center Help Desk. Thank you.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic 3. Mic 3. You hear that?
I did, thank you.
Okay, mic 3 good. Check, mic 1. Check, mic 2, mic 2.
Testing, testing. That sounds good. You don't love. Testing. Okay. Huh?
I was gonna say, you got your drink.
Yeah.
I heard you this morning. I was like, there we go, we're ready to go. We're ready.
I'm waiting. Oh, okay. Let me get in here and hit the record button.
All righty. I can hold it over here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our seminar on the Civil Service Retirement System, CSRS. And we just want to welcome all of you and want you all to sit back and just to take many notes on all of the details concerning retirement for CSRS. And you're going to get a lot of information that's going to be beneficial for you in your retirement planning needs. So our presenter, she's a dynamic speaker, and she's all geared up and ready to come forward and to go over the Civil Service Retirement System with you all on today. So welcome to all of you who are here in person, as well as those of you who are online. And those who are out at our regional offices, we want to welcome you all. What I want to do is I'm going to introduce the speaker, and then after that I just have a few administrative notes that I wanted you all to just kind of to mention to you, things that we need you to do. So my name is Paulette Holmes, and I'm just glad to be here today. I'm with the Division of Pay and Benefits in HCMG. So let me go ahead and introduce our speaker. Ms. Pat Carey retired from the Federal Aviation Administration on October 2nd, 2011. After over 38 years of federal service, Pat has worked in various positions. She worked as a police officer. She worked as a federal air marshal and a training specialist, becoming a personnel management specialist. As a training specialist, she assisted in creating the retirement seminar that was used by all facilities in the 7-state area. So that was quite a feat for Pat, and she received recognition and honor for that. For over 20 years, she specialized in human resources counseling and assisting hundreds of employees and families with making decisions concerning regular retirements, disability retirements, and death and service annuities. So you all can see she has a wealth of information on your retirement needs. Pat makes her home in Leesburg, Virginia. So she's all the way from Leesburg. So join me in giving Pat a warm CMS welcome on this afternoon.
Thank you.
And before, Pat, I relinquish the post, I want to go ahead and lift up some notes, and then after that, we're going to bring you back up.
Sounds good.
The first thing that I wanted to make note of is for the folks who are online, please put your phones on mute for us. That will really help us out with controlling the feedback and any kind of disruptions that may come from the phones. So just put those on mute for us. The second item is You all should have received 2 registration forms in the booklets that you all received. Please fill those out for us, those survey questionnaires. That just gives us feedback on some improvements that we can make based on your feedback. So that would be very helpful. Fill those out and get those back to the wonderful ladies and gentlemen who are out at the tables. For those who are online, if you would like to request the survey questionnaire and complete it for us, you can do it. I'm going to give you the email address to the HR Center Help Desk. It's hrcenter.helpdesk@cms.hhs.gov. So it's HR Center Help Desk at cms.hhs.gov. So please complete those forms for us and return them before you leave on today. And the last item was that we're going to have questions at the end of the seminar. So if you all would please just hold back on asking questions. We will do it at the end. And when you get ready to ask a question, just go ahead and make up in your mind now that you're going to use the microphone, because we want the folks who are at the regional and outlying offices to hear the questions so that they can benefit from the answer. So if you all would do that for me, please, we would really appreciate it. So without further delay, let me bring forward Ms. Pat Carey, and just let's give us a warm CMS welcome. And thank you for your patience.
Thanks, Paulette. Well, good afternoon. Well, you're a sleepy bunch. We'll have to take care of that. You know, she was telling you about, I was part of a work group that created a retirement seminar, and yet when they started cutting back on our funds, the first thing to go was the monies for our retirement seminar. There was a company in Colorado that recognized you not only needed to know the basic nuts and bolts, but you needed somebody to give you advice financially on how to make your decisions or when to make your decisions. So she created a program where she trains financial advisors in our benefits, and not only that, they retest them every year to make sure they're up to date on the latest and greatest information. In return, they host your seminars. You get to meet somebody trained in your benefits, they get to meet federal employees, because our benefits are not like the private sector. There are differences. So if they're not knowing what you're talking about, they're liable to not give you the best information. So today's program is being hosted by Kyle Wingfield. I'll ask him to come up and say a few words, if you will.
How you guys doing? Any lunch comas? No lunch comas. I'm just kidding. Anyway, my name's Kyle. I've been in the industry for 14 years. The reason I specialize in helping federal employees and their families transition to retirement successfully is simply one reason. My dad is a CSRS, just like you guys. So I'm highly familiar all the way down to the point that I want to make sure that when he pops smoke, that's military terms for leaves, and retires, he doesn't call me or my brothers for money. Anyway, no, he's got a sweet benefit. I mean, here's what I can tell you just on my experience. Most CSRS, about 50% of you, your annuity that you're going to receive is enough to be able to give you the lifestyle you want. The other 50, you have a lifestyle that you really want. You have some things you want to do in retirement, and it's not going to be enough. But let's put it this way. It is a lot, it's a lot more than your brethren, the FERS recipients, okay? So that's a good deal, right? But let's understand that what you're going to learn today with Pat is that it's never 100% of what you're used to right now. True? Okay. So there's going to be a shortfall. The question is, does it bother you? If it does, what are you going to do to fix it? And if you need some help, we're going to talk about how I can help you do that, okay? So you guys enjoy this? Pat's like a walking federal benefits Google. Ask your questions at the end, and like Paulette said, use the mic so others listening can benefit from the answer. Anyway, that's all I got. Oh yeah, I'm married. Okay, that's great. I love that part. You know, my wife's going to kick me because I didn't say it first. And the one part I really love about being married is creating family, and I have a son. He's 9.5 months old, and he's the reason I'm in a rush to go home every day. Okay, there you go.
Great. If any of you have to leave earlier than I'm finished speaking, the 2 evaluations that you have in your package need to be filled out and dropped off, because it's really crucial that we get that information. I'm going to bring Kyle in later on when we're done to explain what he's offering complimentary today. The information you've received today has been copyrighted and cannot be reproduced without permission from the parent company, which is Snow Federal Seminars. Now we're going to take what I call a generic approach. You see, if you ever came into personnel and asked me a question, I'd ask you 50 more questions to figure out what you're asking me. You sit down with Kyle, he's going to ask you 50 questions to figure out what you're asking. But have you ever noticed when you ask your bud a question, they've got an answer like that? And I caution you on getting information from your bud because the information they're giving you is probably not your world. And then again, it may not even be their world. It may not even be true. I told this story, and I know I see some faces in here who were here the last time, so my stories haven't changed. But the one in Sterling where the employee was there with his spouse, and the issue was, can you receive an annuity in your own name, and if married to a federal employee, receive a survivor benefit? The answer is yes. You can receive both. And this guy said, no, I'm sorry, you're wrong. My buddy said you can only get one. So we re-explained that you can, in fact, receive both of them. And he, to which, informed us we didn't know what we were talking about. So we pulled out the OPM regulation, the guru of all God's knowledge on benefits, and read to him what OPM had to say about it. He again argued we didn't know what we were talking about, so we let him read it for himself. And in the middle of a large room of people, he yells out, I'm telling you she's wrong, my buddy said, and his wife said, now you see what I'm married to. But we could not talk down what his buddy had told him. And I'm going to be honest, I've yet to do a seminar that by the end of the day, somebody doesn't come up to me and say, well, I was always told that, which is akin to my buddy told me. All right? Every single seminar, and they're 99.99% wrong. All the time. So really go to the pros if you need some information. Stay away from your buddy. Now, we're going to talk about your annuity. We're going to talk about the VCP. How many have heard about the VCP, Voluntary Contribution Program? How many are in it? That's more than I usually get, even though it's one. Okay, we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk a little bit about Thrift Savings Plan. I'm going to realign your agenda a little bit because then we're going to do Thrift Savings Plan. We're going to skip Social Security. We're going to go to life insurance, long-term care health insurance. Then I'll do Social Security, Medicare, and if time is left, for taxes. Okay? That's usually your favorite subject, federal taxes. Until 1920, there was not a retirement system. People worked for the pleasure of serving the government until 1920 when we came along and our retirement program was created. And we lasted until 1983 when they brought on the FERS employees. Now, the reason I put it that way, around 2 or 3 years ago, a congressman proposed a bill that anyone hired for the first time after last year not get a retirement system, that we be more like private industry. You see, we are the last groups, along with the state, county, and local governments, to have what's known as a defined pension plan that says regardless of how much you put in, they promise to give you a certain amount based on your years of service, your salary, and your age, salary, and length of service for as long as you live, and if you so elect, for as long as your spouse lives. Most companies have done away with defined pension plans. That's why the 401k was created 15, 20 years ago. So you would be more in control of your own destiny. And as a matter of fact, anyone hired for the first time by the federal government after the first of this year, they're putting in an additional 4.6% more than somebody who was hired prior to 2013. And it has been suggested all federal employees put more into the retirement system because your retirement is not based on what's in the plan. It's based on your length of service, your age, and the salary you were making. So, to that end, same reading materials if you were here the last time, I recommend that you read the Washington Post every day. Why? Because the back page of the A section and page B2 have articles of stuff they're talking about doing on the Hill to your benefits. I also recommend that you sign up for a daily email from governmentexecutive.com. Governmentexecutive.com will send you a daily email of things they're talking about doing to your benefits. I also recommend that you read the Federal Times because by definition they're talking about you. And the last one I recommend you find out more about is the National Active and Retired Federal Employees. This is a lobbying group. They're out of Old Town Alexandria, Virginia. They represent you as an active employee and a retired employee. So this is NARFE.org. The reason I recommend them is they put out a monthly magazine that is superb. And like I say, they represent you as an active employee and a retired employee. Now, Mike Causey, who used to write the article on page B2 of the Washington Post, has retired from the Post. But he now, among other things, is a spokesperson for NARF. And he does a commercial, I haven't seen it in Baltimore, but I've seen it in the D.C. area, where he says, do you realize your benefits are not safe even after retirement? I bet you if I took a poll, most people believe if I can make it to retirement, I'm safe, I'm golden, I'll never be touched again. And what he is suggesting is with the strike of a pen, all that can change. Again, he's encouraging your involvement with NARF, okay? But I'm encouraging you to become an educated consumer. I got to be honest, I don't really care who you vote for, but I hope you're aware of who you're voting for because not all candidates love federal employees. You do know the national deficit is your fault. You do know that. Okay. Just thought I'd clarify it before anybody didn't know that, all right? And we're going to save all the problems of the world on the federal employees' back. So you need to be aware of who you're voting for. And to that end, I'll tell you the story about, our FAA appropriation bill. My life was FAA, so they're in my world. Every year it is delayed in being signed. And every year we have a group of employees in Oklahoma City that don't get paid. And then after the bill is signed, they always got their back pay. Except a few years ago, congressmen said, we don't think we want to give them their back pay. And their local congressman went on TV and said, I do not support giving them their back pay. Well, he wasn't running again. He didn't need their vote. But again, in trying to be more like private industry, who wouldn't get back paid, they are suggesting that we fall in line with them. Now, I got to tell you, I'm not for limited terms. I want a Tip O'Neill, a Ted Kennedy, a Robert Byrd in office because our benefits were their benefits and they were least likely to screw with their benefits, therefore leaving us alone. But if they're only in for a season or two, they have no invested interest in our benefits. And you're hearing that all the time. All the time people scream limited terms. And then you hear them on the Hill saying we ought to be more like private industry. Well, there are ramifications if that happens. So I don't really, like I said, I don't care how you vote. Just be aware of who you are voting for. In the Virginia area, we're losing Frank Wolf. He's retiring. He was a lover of federal employees. He always had our back. So I'm hoping Northern Virginia gets smart and looks into the folks that are looking to replace him because it's not automatic that they're going to be an ally for us. Okay. So you are putting 7% of your money into the retirement system. Now, how many folks in here are offsetters? All right, you're still putting 7% in, but you have 6.2% going into Social Security with 0.8% going into CSRS. And we're going to talk more about that impact in a little while. Cute, huh? In order to be eligible to retire, we have to be 55 years of age with 30 years or more of service. So the minimum we can be is age 55 with 30 years, 60 with 20 years, or 62 with 5 years. That makes you eligible to retire. Of course, you can be 58 with 38 years, or you can be 65 with 25 years, or you can be 70 with 10 years. And that would still make you eligible to retire. These are the minimums required in order for you to be eligible to retire. Now, there's such a thing called an early out. Now, this is not when you've had enough fun and you run to your boss and say, I'm ready to retire now. This is when the agency goes to OPM and says, we want to offer certain positions the opportunity to retire early. In order for you to be eligible to take that early out, you have to be at least 50 years of age with 20 years of service, or 25 years of service at any age. Because one of the criteria is that the agency promises, if they give one of these out, that the person taking it is going to take care of that position. That position will not be refilled after they're gone. So the problem, though, is if you're younger than 55, you would lose 2% for every year under age 55. This early out opportunity could be as a result of a reduction in force, discontinued service, downsizing, reorganizing, or they want to move your job to Rochester, New York, and you say, I don't want to go. Okay? I got to tell you, that's pretty big. When I was earlier in my career, when George I was going to rift a bunch of employees, I can remember I had 23 years of service, and I was a long ways from age 50. And I can remember working in personnel and thinking, I'm not going to have a job, I'm not going to have health insurance, and I'm not going to have a retirement. This is not a good feeling. So when I got to 25 years any age, I was party time. And there was only one other date that beat that on top, and that's when I became eligible to retire, because then I was choosing to come to work. I no longer had to go to work. And I reminded them every day, I'm here by choice. Remember that. Okay, I got another homework assignment for you. I recommend you get a paper copy of all your personnel actions, because if you have it on a disk or in a flash drive and it gets corrupted, you're out of luck. Obviously, you can only download your EOPF on government time and a government computer and a government printer because of the firewalls. So once you are retired, you too will be escorted with one of these visitor badges on, and you will not have access to a computer or to a printer in the federal government. When you're reviewing your SF50s, besides making sure your name is correct, your date of birth is correct, your social security number is correct, because I have in fact seen all three wrong, you want to make sure that box 30 has you in the right retirement program, that it says C or CSRS offset. You want to make sure you're in the right program. And then box 31 will talk about why your retirement date could be different than your service comp date for leave purposes. You see, if you transfer to this agency from another agency, they would have called for those records from the old agency. But sometimes they don't check to make sure it made it into your folder. So when you download your folder, you want to make sure all years of federal service are in your folder. And if they're not, you need to go see HR to make efforts to get all those actions in your folder. It's the first step in a HR term called getting your ducks in a row. All right? Because you don't want to apply to retire only to have them tell you you're not eligible because they don't have records to reflect all your years of service. And I had a guy that happened to, but he had his paper actions. We were able to submit them, and then he retired on time. You see, before we went electronic, it was HR's job to make sure these things were correct. After we went electronic, it became your job to make sure they're correct. And that's why you get an email every time a new action is put in your folder, for you to review it and make sure it is correct. Now, this form is one that you do not fill out. It is filled out for you. It is part of your retirement application. And when you send in your application to retire, your HR people are going to fill it out, mail it to you to certify it is correct. Now, I used to say if you were born and raised in the FA like I was, you didn't have anything to worry about until I retired. And then I got my statement, and it was missing the first 2.5 years of federal employment. So I called him up. I said, what are you doing? She says, we got a new program. All we do is put in your social, we hit enter, it goes zip, outlines your full history. I said, well, you knocked off 2.5 years of mine. She says, I guess we got a glitch. So now I tell everybody, make sure you review it to make sure every place you work is outlined on there. So your credible service is that time between when you were hired and you leave and you paid into the retirement system. That is your credible civilian service. You're also allowed a break in service up to 3 days and not have it affect your retirement. Now, what does that mean? You know, sometimes if you want to transfer to another agency, your boss will say, I'm not letting you go, because they know they can't backfill the position. Well, if you have a firm offer in writing from the receiving agency, you can resign. As long as you're picked up within that 3 days, those 3 days are forgiven. Leave without pay, you could be out for 6 months in a calendar year and never have it affect your retirement. You could be gone a year. You could go out July 1 to December 31st, January 1 to June 30th, 2 different 6-month periods, and never have it affect your retirement. Now, before you go run to your boss and say, I'm late, I'll see you in June, this is in conjunction normally with illness, paternity, maternity leave, okay? And in some cases, it could be to go get an education if it's for the well-being of the agency. Workers' comp, if you were on a work-related injury, where the Department of Labor approved your is paying you directly, as long as you had an approved retirement by OPM or you returned to work, that time would be credible as well. Now, we do not have intermittent workers at the Medicare office here. All right, you got people working intermittently, but that doesn't count. FEMA hires people as intermittent workers. They'll hire them for a tornado, a hurricane, and then they let them go. IRS hires agents for a filing season, and then they let them go. Their year is based on 260 days a year. Has anybody worked part-time for the government? Before or after 86? Before? After? Before? All right, you got an undue advantage. And if it was before 86, where you got full-time, full credit towards your annuity and your eligibility to retire. You may recall being contacted by the agency to make a deposit to make up that time. After 86, they made it fair. They said if you're only working half the time, your annuity only gets half the credit. Okay, so that's a big difference. Huh? You had before, so did they contact you for the before time? You may want to check with HR if they did not, because you may owe the government some money to put in a little bit more for the full-time computation.
So if you only worked like a half a day
Right.
instead of a full day,
Right.
I got credit for the
Full day, even though you were only working part the day. Right.
day was paid in, so I have to make up the other half.
Or that- Exactly.
Yeah, I never got.
Okay, go see HR. That's another homework assignment for you. Yeah. Yeah. You only did it for one pay period? They probably made it up in another pay period. Was it before 86 or after? Yeah, they probably forgave you. That wasn't worth going after you probably. For one pay period. Yeah. You can double check with HR to see if there's any impact to your retirement, but I would bet not. I'll just bet not. Okay? Because if you, yeah, it's probably not going to be much of an impact at all on you. All right, do I have anybody in here who worked for the government and did not pay into the retirement system? Got a winner. Was it before or after 82? Before 82? Well, you are allowed to put in a deposit. If you do not make the deposit, you will get credit for your eligibility, but your annuity would take a 10% reduction for the amount owed. So it's all mathematical, which makes more sense to do it or not. More likely than not, at this time in your life, it probably makes no sense to make that deposit. You might as well forget it. If it was after 1982, as you can see, again, it would make a determination if you wanted your annuity to include that time, but you would have to pay a deposit on that time, plus interest since that time. So in most cases, it financially, mathematically does not make sense. You see, 90%, well, higher than that, 95% of your decisions are mathematically based. Crunch the numbers, you're going to get your answers. The other 5% is emotional, psychological. I dare say they're equal on the scale. Sometimes that 5% outweighs those 95% because of fear. You know, What would happen if? You know, the unknown, it's like stepping into the big abyss. What would happen if I retire? I highly recommend it, by the way. Anyway, did anybody work for the government? Well, they did. They quit the government and then came back to the government. Did you take your money out? Did you look into putting your money back?
I put half of it back.
Yeah.
Nobody's been able to tell me.
Do you get a prorated figure back? The answer is no. Now, you either have to pay it all back for that period of service. Now, the only exception to the rule would be if I worked for 3 years, quit, came back and worked, and then took another break and quit. You follow what I'm saying? Then I could do chunks. But if it's all one period of service, you got to pay it all back. Okay? Not the answer you wanted to hear, but it's the truth. Okay. Before 1991, it may not financially make sense if you've had the refund of your retirement monies. Refund of your retirement monies before 91. You would take an annuity actuarially reduced, which means it probably would make more sense. We're at 30 or 20 odd years since that time. It probably would not make sense because the interest during the 90s was 13%, 12%, 11%. But again, crunching your numbers would give you a definitive figure. After 1991, if you do not make that redeposit of time, then your annuity is not going to get any credit. But again, you would want to see what the impact was on your annuity at this time. Okay? Military service. Who was in the military? Thank you for your service. Now, are you sending a military retirement check? Not yet. Is it reserve duty? Okay. So let's talk. When you were in the military, you paid into Social Security. So in order to get credit into two pots for one period of service, you need to make a deposit. We are talking about active duty only. So how many years active duty do you have?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I went through the process, had it all calculated, and I think.
All right, so let's pretend it's 4 years. That's going to equal roughly 8% more of your high three, guesstimating wise. So you would pay 7% of what you earn in the military plus interest for 1990 or 3 years date of hire, whichever is later. So the first thing you would do is find out how much you owe, and then you could do payroll withholding as little as $25 a pay period, and do my favorite game in Vegas, let it ride until it's paid off. Now, OPM made a change in a law last year. It used to be if you had not finished paying it off and you retired, they gave you one-shot deal to pay it off. Now, if it's not paid back to the agency before you retire, you're out of luck. Okay? So this is something you want to look at while you're still working. Okay? Now, got a question for you, having said all that. Was your first hire into the agency, to the government rather, before 1982 or after? Before. Are you going to be eligible for Social Security when you're 62? Then you have to pay that deposit. Okay. What about you? You were my other hand up for military.
I was before 82, but I was reserves, only had 5 months active duty for training.
Well, you could buy that 5 months active duty. So, only time that you would not make sense to do that is if the government gave you time off to go do your active duty. Because we're already giving you credit. Remember, 6 months leave without pay is forgiven. So if anybody got deployed, they could only buy back that period of time over the 6 months. Because otherwise, we're already giving them credit for the first 6 months.
By giving you time off, you didn't get a paycheck from the government.
No, we had you in leave without pay.
Okay.
But remember, you're allowed 6 months without leave without pay without it affecting your retirement.
Right.
So if you had 6 months or less in a calendar year, there would be no impact. But let's say you go out in January and you don't come back till the following January. We would give you 6 months, but we're going to offset your retirement by 6 months unless you make a deposit for that time.
So I need to check that on that form that I'm
That's another homework assignment for you.
pull down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? So your annuity today, 2014, is based on your length of service and your high 3 average pay. Now, your credible civilian service is your civilian service, and your military deposit is paid. Your military service will count. And then after you're eligible, you can convert your unused sick leave to increase your annuity. Now, do I have anybody in here receiving a military retirement check? Okay. Just want to make sure. Now, in your book, you're going to see 2 sick leave charts. The one that says Title 38, I need you to put a big X through it, because nobody in here is a doctor or a nurse with the VA. And then we're going to go back to the chart that says 2087. You see, around 15 years ago, this is how many hours the government decided you work every year. 2,087 hours. If we take out weekends and holidays, that's how many hours a year you work. The chart, months are across the top, days are down the side. So if my service comp date was 6/15/79 and I wanted to retire 12/31/14, I would have 6 months, 16 days, 35 years. So let me pretend I now have 1,000 hours sick leave. You will notice that 1,000 hours falls between 997 and 1,003. All right, everybody with me so far? This is the only time the government lets you round up. So you would see that that is worth 5 months, 23 days. So now I have 39 days, 11 months, 35 years. 30 days equals a month. I have 9 days left over. 12 months equals a year. My annuity would be based on 36 years. Days do not count towards my annuity. But I don't have 9 days to burn. As a matter of fact, I took a course from OPM over 20 years ago, and they suggested they have the final say, so I always gave back 2 days. Because you don't want to get too close to the cusp and lose a whole month. All right, because they get to go through all your records and determine what your service comp is going to be about. So then I would take these unused days and go back to the chart and see I have 41 hours that are not going to increase my annuity. Okay? Now, don't get too sick too soon. I had an employee who could not retire until June 30th, and he wanted to walk out the way he walked in, not an hour to his name. But in January, he fell on ice and had to have back surgery. Now, we cannot advance you leave if we do not know you're coming back to work it off. So we couldn't advance him leave. He was going to retire. So he went in the leave donor program, which is the program where your buddies give you leave out of their pocket. Now, I did a seminar for another agency, and this lady said, there's 3 questions you ask. Do I know them? Do I like them? Were they judicious in their leave usage? Am I right? First question, yeah, they knew him. Yeah, they liked him. Heck no. So there he was for 6 months, and he didn't get a nickel. All right? And this made our guys realize this is not good because, you know, my smack boys, they used to say, well, I told my wife, just drag me to the gate and I'll crawl my way in. Well, here you got a case he can't crawl and he couldn't walk. All right? And he still couldn't retire. I had another guy, December 28th, he was fine. December 29th, he was in a coma. He did not have a stroke, a heart attack, a fall, or an accident. He intended to retire in July, so he had a lot of leave to take him into retirement. That's when we found out nobody can retire you for you. So he either had to wake up and sign his papers or die and this spouse would get benefits. If you don't have a durable power of attorney for your benefits, those are your options. And TSP has their own power of attorney form. And most of your banks have their own power of attorney form. So one size does not fit all. When he woke up in 3 weeks, they didn't think it'd be real cool to run in and say, you want to retire? They said, we'll give him a day or two. 3 days later, he went back down. And when he woke up the second time after 3 weeks, I did meet with him at the hospital with his family. And I'm happy to say he's in good health. He's doing fine. It had something to do with diabetes, the spleen and the pancreas, and the body shut down. Okay? However, he was very unhappy at having to retire in February instead of in July. See, when we make up our mind, this is what we want to do, and then things change outside our control, people get very unhappy because that was not their choice. And it takes a long time to acclimate to that new decision being made for you. Okay? So I would recommend, before God takes you out of here by the feet, you want to make sure that it's your decision what you're going to do. Because as we'll talk about in a few minutes, you're going to leave us one day. Okay. So this person had 28 years, 1 month, 3 days of federal service. They were in the military and paid a deposit of 4 years, 2 months, 6 days. So they had 32 years, 3 months, 9 days. They were eligible to retire. We can now add in their unused sick leave of 6 months, 18 days, which gave them 32 years, 9 months, 27 days. Their choices are to move their retirement date to make the 27 into another month, or to go back to the chart and convert them back to hours. But this 27 days, as it stands, cannot increase your annuity. So today, 2014, your high 3 is the 36 months that you made the most money. It includes locality pay. It is that figure at the top of your pay slip. Now, why do I keep saying today it's your high 3? You all remember my crystal ball, which said I believe it's going to go to high 5, and I believe it's going to happen no later than next year. And if you've been reading my materials I handed out, so is the Federal Times now. They are predicting it's going to go to high 5 in 2015. Okay? And as I predict, I think it's going to happen at 3:30 in the morning on the 13th of the month. In other words, you can't get out the door fast enough. Now, in the morning session, they were so funny. He asked me if they thought they'd get grandfathered. That is so funny. Heck no. They're trying to capture as many of you people as possible, and that's why I believe they're going to do it in the middle of the month so you can't get out fast enough. Okay? But I do believe it's going to happen. You all did get thrown a bone this year. They gave you 1%, right? As a retiree, I got 1.5. Just saying. Maybe I'm not on the fixed income anymore. You guys are. But I really do believe it was a plan not to give you a cost of living increase for the last 3 years. I believe that by freezing your pay, there will not be a lot of whining when they go to high 5 because it really doesn't make much difference anymore. And I think that was the plan. We'll freeze their pay, see how they like that one, and then we'll throw them a bone for 1%, and everybody went, and then we'll go to high 5 next year. I think next year is going to be monumental for federal employees, by the way. I believe severe changes are going to happen to Social Security and Medicare, which we'll talk more about that in a minute. Okay, your high 3 does not include night differential, Sunday pay, holiday pay, or any other differential. It is strictly the figure at the top of your pay slip. Which brings me up to another thing. If you want anything off my pay before you retire, you need to grab it because after you retire, you're not an employee anymore. All right? So you're not going to have access to those records after you're gone for a while. All right? Only if I bring you a speaker and make you talk loud enough. I'll do an exception to the rule. That's all right.
So going back to the question the statement that you said next year with maybe go to high 5. So
Right.
if somebody's not eligible until the following year,
You're
what hap-
captured.
Okay, but what happens if they decided to leave early and take a 2%? Because
You have to be offered an early out.
oh, that's only for
It's
early
not your
out.
idea.
Okay.
You don't go run to your boss and say, I'm tired of this, I want out now. No, 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 no. That was even funnier. What? If they offered you an early out, which is with the promise they're not going to backfill that position, and you took it, you would lose, and you're a year shy of being eligible to retire, you're going to lose 2% of your high 3. It's strictly math, okay? But that reduction lasts forever. It never, ever, ever goes away. And is it really a monumental difference between the 3 years and the 5 years? I'm just saying, I don't know. That's rhetorical, okay? Since you haven't seen a raise or a locality, for the average employee, and I go all over the country, the average employee says no. At this point, no. You know, and that's why 5 years ago, when they first started talking about going to high 5, there was gnashing of teeth and screaming and cussing because we were getting significant cost of living increases in those days. All right, so it was kind of like, watch this one, folks. You ain't seen one for a while. Now, how do you like those cookies? All right? And so now they know everybody's going to get reelected, there's not going to be any impact, and we'll pass it. Now, taking this one step further, because I was asked this morning, do I think they might grandfather us all and start it? Why would they wait another 30 years to get something out of it? Because that's what you're asking them to do. Heck no. They're going to grab as many people as they can. So, that's another reason why you may want to get a free evaluation to crunch some numbers to see what the impact is. Okay? All right, I don't have wage grade. So here's what they do to figure out your high 3. Or if they do high 5, you would do this for 60 months instead of the 36 I'm going to show you. So you go back 3 years, and every time you have a change in pay, you do what I call a stop and go. In other words, from September 1 to the following June 23rd, they made $47,000 a year. Well, if you subtract those dates, similar to what I did here, you would see that is a time frame of 8 months, 24 days. The government gives a time factor to every day of the year, like 1 day is 0.003 of a year. So 8 months, 24 days is 0.733 of a year. So you multiply that times the time factor, and for that period of time they made $34,451. Then they had an increase in pay. And for the next 10 months, 16 days, they actually brought home $41,473 of the yearly pay. And you keep doing that for the full 3-year period. Or if you go to high 5 for the full 5-year period. You would add it up, divide by 3, and the true high 3 salary for this person is $47,654 and change. Now here is the absolute computation of creating your annuity. You take 1.5% of your high 3 times the first 5 years, 1.75% of your high 3 for the next 5 years, and 2% of the remaining years of your high 3. That's one way. Or you can go to the chart. That's the easy way. And the way I used to do it when I was working, I would do 2 times years minus 4 equals the percentage of your high 3. For example, if you had 30 years of service at age 55, 2 times 30 minus 4 gives you 56% of your high 3. I'm off by 0.25%. All right? So if you had 34 years, 6 months, 34 times 2 minus 4 would equal 64%. 6 months is another percent. It would be 65% of your high 3. So you can look in your book and you'll see that I'm off by 0.25%. So as far, because I always used to get people when they got ready to retire, well, what if I work another month? What if I work another 6 months? What if I work another year? The fact is you get 1/12 of 2% for every month you work. That's the reality. Okay, yeah. You're going to give me a demerit.
That would be the years, so
No, not yet. All right, go.
that would be the years off your calculating
No,
credible service.
that means when you get to the bottom line of 32 years, 9 months, all right, 32, 2 times years minus 4 would be 60%,
Okay,
plus another percent was 61.75%.
okay, so it's years and months
Years and months.
that come up together.
Absolutely. Okay. Offset employees. You would calculate like a regular CSRS employee. However, there is a reduction you take when you are eligible to collect Social Security. So here's what they do. Let me suggest that your CSRS annuity is going to be the example as in the book. 24, your years of service and your high 3 gives you an annuity of a monthly amount of $24.52. Social Security says at age 62, your statement says you are eligible to get $1,200 a month. After you break in service and you came back to the government, this person worked 10 years. Everybody with me so far? So you're an offsetter, if you will, for 10 years. So Social Security looks at a 40-year work history. So you would take 10/40ths of whatever they say you were eligible to receive at 62 and take that amount off of your CSRS annuity because you're getting full credit for Social Security. Okay? So actually you come out better than the regular CSRS. Because as a CSRS employee with no Social Security, no offset time, I would get $24.52. But as you can see, by collecting Social Security and my CSRS retirement, I would get $33.52. So you do come out ahead. All right. Now, a question that you would have to consider, though, is do you want to wait and collect a higher benefit by starting to collect at your full benefit age, which we'll talk about later. Okay? Nothing is cut and dry. This is kind of like learning English, I before E, except after C. Have you ever felt that way? Yeah? Because my favorite 2 words in talking to employees is it depends. All right? And it depends on other issues. There is no cut and dry answer, except that you get, it's 2 times years minus 4 for the amount of annuity you're going to receive. After that, it becomes a dependable situation. Okay? This is showing if you take an early out, that 2% reduction if you conned your boss into giving you an early out. That would be the impact. Phased in retirement. This is a new thing going on with the government. It only got approved last year, so it's just now being tried out. The premise is most employees who retire get a part-time job. So Uncle Sam said, why don't we just let them keep working and train their successor? Here are my issues with it. If you do this, your first part of your annuity is based on a full-time schedule, but you cannot use unused sick leave to increase your annuity. Then you continue working part-time. So the next part of your annuity is a part-time annuity, which is reduced by part-time hours, right? Also, you're allowed to change your mind. And your boss may love you, love you, love you. Please come back. And the bean counters down the hall say that job no longer exists. Because remember I said they brought in your successor. All right? Or the agency could say, we don't want these people anymore. I want them all gone. All right? So since it hasn't been tried out, and Paulette and I were talking about this at lunch, all new things in the government has to be tried out for a while so it can go to court, the Merit Protection Board, the EEO Commission. Everything has to be tried out for a while before they work out the kinks. So I, per se, would tell you you can't fake being retired. You either is or you ain't. It's like something else. There's no faking it. And so your options in my book are continue working and retire later, or retire and go get another job having fun, because in retirement, when you get a part-time job, if you don't like it, you get to quit. And then you try something else, and if you don't like that, you get to quit. And you get to decide if you're going to get to take a nap every day. By the way, you're cutting into my nap time. Or are you going to wake up with the sun or the alarm? There are choices you get to make. Okay? So I'm not a real fond proponent of this. I will tell you, the third day after I retired, I did wake up and thought, what in the world have you done? You don't have a job, you don't know when you're getting money, and nobody cares what you're doing. Now, I got over it 2.3 seconds later, but there was a moment I realized I didn't have a job, which is different than when you're part-time or you're out on extended leave. You know you got a job, okay? That's the emotional difference. It's one of the many emotional differences, all right? And so, I'd have to see this played out. And there's another thing also. OPM will review to determine continuance. That means they get to change their mind. So if you went into this thinking, I'm going to do this for the next 5 years, and OPM says, yeah, we're getting too many complaints on this, it's gone, then you're gone too. All right? So again, it's there, but, I'm not the fan club president of this. Furloughs, another favorite subject. The first one is when your agency runs out of money and they need to let you off. It normally does not exceed 22 days. Remember I said you're forgiven up to 6 months in a calendar year, so it does not affect your retirement. It does affect your leave accrual, though, because for every 80 hours you're in a leave without pay status, you do not accrue annual or sick leave. So if you were furloughed 22 days, you would not earn annual or sick for 2 pay periods. The other one is the shutdown, the one you just went through. So a lot of you, after coming back after 3 weeks, probably had to double up on your health benefit premiums because you did not get a full paycheck, and therefore your health premiums have to be made up. Now, something to consider, my crystal ball again. You have historically always gotten back pay when the government shuts down. And I am predicting that's going to stop. Because if you paid attention to the newspaper, there were too many people harmed by the last government shutdown. Taxis, hotels, restaurants that went under, delis that went under, contractors who didn't get paid. And Congress saying private industry wouldn't have gotten back pay either. So again, be aware something that you took as an absolute, and I got to be honest, I was one of them. Be aware that in future you may not have it. So what am I trying to tell you? You better start saving that emergency fund to make up your bills if the government shuts down in October and they don't back pay you. How are you going to make ends meet? Because I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you heard it up here, but in D.C. we heard a lot of government employees whining that they couldn't pay their bills. And I got to tell you, I got friends in private industry, and they said, isn't that too bad? That they did not plan for the government to shut down. All right? Because private industry, when they go on strike, or if they close down because of a fire or any other reason, nobody cries them a river. So just be aware, the sentiment is not feeling all that sorry for federal employees. Okay? You need to be aware of where the sentiment is. I got to be honest, I did a seminar for another agency, another part of the D.C. area, I will say. And I was explaining, that anything can happen with the strike of a pen. And this guy sat up and he went, whoa, 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 whoa. There are just too many of us to mess with. I said, what are you drinking? All right? Are you crazy? First of all, in Iowa, they probably don't have a government employee. Or in Nebraska, or outside of the D.C. metropolitan area. You're not that many. Okay? You could have neighborhoods that have never seen one of you. So as a result, they don't feel your pain. And the Congress builds up the fact that you're good for nothings. God knows, you know I don't feel this way, because I am you. You're in my system. I'm just trying to be real with you guys, to read what's being said out there, and therefore get the tempo of what could happen to you as a federal employee. That's all I'm saying. Be aware, be in your life, be aware of who you're electing, be aware of what they're saying and what they're doing. Okay? I said all that. Here's the other biggie. If the government shut down again, and you have in for guaranteed leave, or if there was administrative furlough, a furlough or a shutdown means you're in a non-pay status. So you are not allowed to use leave to cover for a day you're not going to get paid. Okay? Therefore, you have to put in writing to your boss, if that was a day you would have been on leave, that you want to use that day at a different time. And this is how this works. Let's say, for example, I'm off on weekends and I want a Friday or Monday off. My boss could say, I can't give you Friday or Monday, I'll give you Wednesday. And I say, I don't like Wednesday. So my choices then are use Wednesday, lose Wednesday, donate Wednesday. Liking it is not a criteria. Okay? And OPM has said you cannot say being furlough is a reason to carry it over to the next year. Okay? That is not a reason. National security, but I got to tell you, if you're in an admin job, good luck with that one. All right? If you're non-essential, even better luck with that one, so it doesn't happen. Any questions on that? Well, I didn't mean to say that. We'll ask questions later. Don't even look at me. All right. Now, I hate to say, well, I like saying it. In the olden days, a lot of times when a guy got out of the military, he would sometimes trade in his spouse for a younger model. And that spouse would not be eligible to receive any benefits. It would also happen when an employee died, a federal employee died, and their widow would go into OPM and say, I'm here to collect my husband's benefit. Only to find out he didn't leave a benefit after he died. And that created the Spousal Equity Act of 1985 that said the first person to have dibs on your benefits when you're gone is a former spouse with a court order. Then a current spouse. An insurable interest is someone who's not related to you, but relies on your livelihood. They're closer than a first cousin, but not blood, who relies on you for your livelihood. And then minor children's a benefit you receive that you do not pay for. So here's your application for retirement. You will notice it says, are you married now? And may I suggest, if you are separated, you are married. So unless you have a legal document dividing your benefits, you have to go find that sweet young thing and get them to agree to a less than full survivor benefit. All right? It then goes on to say, do you have a former living spouse to which you owe a survivor benefit or part of your retirement? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, they want a copy of your full divorce decree. Not just the page that says how much. They want to read the whole McGillicuddy. If the answer is no, you just say no and move on. All right? Now, you are allowed to leave anywhere from 0 to 55% of your annuity. In order for your spouse to continue health insurance after you're gone in the federal plan, you have to leave a survivor annuity unless they're a federal employee who's going to receive their own annuity. That's the kicker. I did this seminar in Florida, and I laugh every time I think about her because she was not a very happy person. She intended to get her own annuity, and her husband was a federal employee. He, too, was going to get his own annuity. And when he retired, she elected not to receive any survivor benefit because she was going to have her own annuity. But it killed her that he slept till noon every day. So she quit. He died. She had no health benefits. So now she had to come back to work and work 5 years to take health insurance into retirement. And if you want to meet a miserable human being, it is that person working 5 years to take health insurance into retirement. okay? And so in the middle of the seminar, she says, make sure they know. I said, honey, I promise wherever I go. So as long as both parties are receiving an annuity, you can waive entitlement to each other's benefit and still continue health insurance when the other one goes because you're receiving your own annuity. Okay? Now, the least amount you can leave is $1 a month. Before you decide that's a great idea, may I suggest you want to leave an amount that covers a health insurance premium, taxes, and maybe a little bit more for a 6-pack of beer and a loaf of bread. Here's the deal. Yes, they can make up the difference out of pocket, but if they forget to make the premium or don't have the money to make up the premium and they forget to make a payment, they're out and they can never ever get back in. So that is why I'm suggesting more than $1 a month. I would think you would want a substantial amount to pay for the health insurance and, like I said, for taxes because it's taxable income, and enough for a 6-pack of beer and a loaf of bread. In other words, a little bit of a cushion is what I'm suggesting. All right. If you leave a full survivor benefit, which is 55% of your annuity, it will cost you a little less than 10% of your annuity. And if you elect that option, you put your initials in that cute little box and just move on. If you elect the less than full survivor benefit, the amount it will be is dependent on how much you leave. Now, as important as I believe it is to get financial advice from somebody trained in your benefits, I also believe if you're going through a divorce, you want somebody trained in your benefits as well. Did the seminar in Roanoke, Virginia, and Jesse, when he got divorced from his wife, she agreed to receive half of this 55%, leaving the other half in case he found someone new. But they went to an attorney who didn't understand federal benefits, and the attorney gave 50% to the ex. That left 5 to the new. So in the middle of the room, he is screaming no, because he now did have a sweet young thing. And he did not know how he was going to go home and say, instead of getting 27.5%, you're getting 5%. Now, the rest of the story is the ex went back to court and changed it back to what she originally agreed to. That's a pretty nice ex-wife. Probably shouldn't have left her, but that's neither here. All right, but the bottom line is you want somebody who understands your benefits. If you leave a less than full survivor benefit, your spouse has to give notarized permission to the less than full survivor benefit. Or you can elect to leave an annuity only during your lifetime. And again, if you're married, your spouse has to give notarized permission to not receiving any survivor benefit from the government. Now, survivor annuity is a term insurance, is it not? Because if your spouse predeceases you, your annuity will pop back up to the unreduced amount. But anything you've already invested in is gone. So what some people will do is leave enough of a survivor annuity to cover the health insurance, and then invest that other premium amount into a different type of insurance. So that if the spouse predeceases, somebody in that family would always receive that tax-free money, which life insurance is tax-free. Okay? Just something to consider when you're trying to maximize your pension. Because the question becomes, how much is your spouse going to need to live after you're gone? All right? And so I always get tickled when people say, well, I got $1 million policy. You know, that's got to be wrong for somebody. Everybody cannot need $1 million. Somebody's got to need $3 million. And somebody's got to need $500,000. And somebody doesn't need insurance at all. Okay? So I always get tickled because the number that's always thrown around is, I got $1 million policy. Well, that's good. Is that going to make it? Well, I don't know. Sounded like a good idea at the time. All right? So the question becomes, see, I believe when you're going to get more information, you want to decide what your outcome is. And then you want to see what's out there to help you get to where you think you need to go. Because, see, if you walk in and say, I want term insurance, that's all you're going to hear about. All right? I don't believe in putting those blinders on. I believe in you deciding what your outcome is and then seeing what's out there to help you get there. Okay, insurable interest. Again, is somebody who is closer than a first cousin, who's not blood, who relies on you for your livelihood. You cannot invoke common law marriage unless you live in Pennsylvania, because Maryland does not have common law marriage. Okay. The cost of this is anywhere from 10 to 40% of your annuity, based on the difference in your ages. You have to request OPM approve you for this. So you have to submit medical information that you're in good health and affidavits on how they rely on you for your livelihood. And then you've got the combo. The ex gets first, and the current spouse could get what's left over. All right, here's how they compute it. It's always 2.5% of the first $3,600 or $90 a year, and then 10% of the difference. So if your annuity was at $29,427, it would cost you $26.72 to leave 55% of that amount, or $16,185. In this case, they only wanted to leave 30% of the annuity, so it would now cost $613 in order to leave the spouse $48.55. As you can see, the chart of insurable interest is anywhere from 10 to 40% of your annuity. So here you've got the former spouse getting full survivor benefit, and now they've got a current spouse that you're using insurable interest, which is costing roughly 15%. So for almost 25% of your annuity, you could leave 2 survivor benefits. As I said earlier, you got to leave us one day. So you walk out on your own 2 feet, or God will help you out the door, but you will leave us one day. And your spouse, as long as they were married to you for 9 months, or the parent of a child, or the former spouse was married to you for at least 9 months with a court order, they would be eligible to receive a benefit, as long as you had 18 months as a federal employee, which I know everybody in this group does. And then some, right? Okay. So here's what they do. If you die, they compute your annuity as if you elected to retire that day. So they're going to pay you for your last breath on earth. And then they're going to compute your annuity, and your spouse will be given 55% of that amount. Okay? The survivor annuity stops, though, if they remarry before age 55, unless they were married to you for 30 years. Then they can remarry the next day, and you might want to check the water. If the current spouse's subsequent marriage ends in divorce or death, they can go back and recollect. But if the former spouse remarried before age 55, without virtue of being married for 30 years, they can never ever go back and recollect. Children receive a benefit whether you die on the job or die in retirement, as long as they're unmarried and up to age 18 if out of school, or 22 if a full-time student, or any age if disabled before age 22 and still disabled. If one parent is remaining, each child gets $511, not to exceed $1,507 per month per family. If both parents are deceased, each child gets $603 a month, not to exceed $1,809 per family per month. Now, you walked in the door, you filled out your beneficiary forms. And if you left it to mom, dad, or spouse 1, 2, or 3, that's who's going to get the money. And I've seen a lot of former spouses torn up as they collected that beneficiary money. And I've seen a lot of current spouses wanting to dig them back up and kill them again for not changing it. So the first form you want to fill out is an SF 1152. This is for your final paycheck and your lump sum annual leave monies. The next form you want to make sure is up to speed. If you have life insurance with the government, is an SF 2823. And the last form you want to make sure is up to speed is an SF 2808. That is for the money you've been putting into the retirement fund. But you may say, but Pat, I've got a spouse. What if you're both in the same car? Who's to receive the money then? And you would go to opm.gov, and you would see a link for forms. You fill them in and submit them to your HR department. Okay? The last one, you want to go to tsp.gov. You want to fill out a TSP-3. You see, this is a form you have to print out and then fill in. You are allowed to fax it to TSP. But it has to be perfect. I mean, no cross out with initials, no overwriting, no whiteout. If you make a mistake, download another form because they're just going to mail it back to you. Okay? Can't leave money to kids under 18 or the courts appoint a guardian. One of my guys, he was appointed guardian for the benefit his father-in-law left his kids. And he had to do quarterly reports at $250 each. If he had not been an air traffic controller and able to pay out of pocket, that $5,000 would have gotten eaten up with reports. I had another guy, he was going to leave his dad his life insurance money because he was dying. If he had, it would have knocked his dad out of his apartment and medical insurance because he was a Medicaid recipient. So you need to know people's situations. So you may want to look at a trust for people, youngsters that you're in charge of. Because do you really want the kids to get a hunk of money at 18? All right. So I know my girlfriend's dad died, and I laugh because she received a hunk of money, and we had a wonderful year that she was 18. She bought a new car, she paid for all the vacations, and she didn't have a nickel when she was 19. Well, you know, she was 18 and stupid, as we all were, okay? And so you may want, a trust fund is nothing more than control from the grave. But something else to consider, my mother is lighting candles that my brother will leave his wife. And so she has put his assets in a trust because if they get divorced, his assets in the trust are not part of the marital assets. Okay? It also ensures with blended families, assets stay on the right side of the house. All right? So there's a lot of reasons that if you do a will, it's cheap initially, but it takes a long time, over a year, and it's costly to go through the courts and do probate. If you do a trust, you avoid probate, so it's a little more expensive to set up, but it's cheaper in the long run. It's also in my mom's trust for my brother that if he contests the trust, he's out altogether. So you can't contest a trust. All right? And so there's a lot of pros towards having, and it can be satisfied within 90 days. All right? Whereas if something goes through probate, it has to be announced and have a chance for people to lay claim. And I'm telling you, there are people out there have nothing better to do than lay claim to your estate. Because I know I'm related to all you guys, so I'm coming after your money. You see, I was always told everything automatically goes to your spouse. Nothing automatically goes anywhere that their name is not there. My dad swore everything was in my mom's name. And when he died, he had one CD that he must have renewed over the phone and hit 1 instead of 2 and knocked her off as joint tenant. So we had to do a slight probate on that one $75,000 CD. Okay? So, and every session I go to, I hear the horror story of somebody that came out of the woodwork and laid claim to an estate. And in the meantime, nothing can be paid while they're disavowing this creep who's laying claim to your monies or your family's monies. Okay? So this is really huge. All right, disability retirements when you're no longer able to do your job or any other job of a similar nature for a year or more. If you were eligible for Social Security, you could put in for Social Security disability. However, you would have to pretty much be on dialysis or terminal to qualify. It has to be a severe physical or mental condition that precludes you from engaging in any substantial gainful activity for a year or more. Although you can't do your job, you may be able to do another job outside the government and may do so as long as you do not earn more than 80% of what you were earning as a federal employee. And you're allowed to take your health and life insurance into retirement as long as you were in the plan for 5 years or more. Now, I am going to allow you to give your buddies some information. You see, when disability is approved, it's effective the first day they go on continuous leave without pay. But you know the difference between a sick person and a well person is? The sick person wants to come to work. Because that's normal. I must be getting better. I can come back to work. But then they're not able to sustain it, and then they have to go back out again. And then when it's approved, it's only backed up to that date instead of being backed up to the first day they went on continuous leave without pay. So if you got a buddy that's got to go out on disability, tell them to stay out because in the long run, they'll come out ahead. All right, so back in the old days, disability retirement used to be tax-free. Now you know what happened. People got within a year or so eligible to retire, and then they went to see Dr. Quack, who said, you're far too sick to go to work, and they abused it for everybody. So unless you meet IRS's definition for disability, your annuity is going to be taxable. Okay? It just gives you a window of opportunity of being eligible to receive a benefit instead of not being eligible to retire. If a cost of living increase is given out, it's effective December 1 each year, and you get 1/12 of a COLA for each month you are retired prior to December 1. So I retired October 2nd, so the first year I got 2 months of a COLA or a Diet COLA, and then I got a full COLA the next year and last year. So we are allowed to retire in a 4-day window. The last day of the month or the first 3 days of the month, and your annuity starts the next day. Now, FERS employees, their annuity can only start the first of the month. Now, do you know why we're given a 4-day window? Congress got out of session January 3rd. They wanted their annuity to start the next day. Remember what I said about invested interest? Okay? So we're given a 4-day window. So for 3 years prior to retirement, I had these puppies on my desk. They're the payroll and holiday calendar, where I highlighted the perfect days to retire. And a perfect day to retire is when the last day of the month or the first 3 days of the month falls on the last day of a pay period. Now, if you work Monday through Friday, and by Friday you will have worked 80 hours, then you can retire that day and accrue annual and sick leave. Okay? Now, December 31st this year is going to be on a Wednesday of the first week of a pay period. So anyone retiring that day is not going to accrue annual or sick for that pay period. The other thing to take into consideration is when is the end of the leave year? You know, 12/31/11 was a perfect storm. It was the end of the year, the end of the month, the end of a pay period, the end of the leave year. So if anybody had said, oh, I want to go out January 1, Happy New Year, they could have only gotten paid for 240 hours annual leave. Now, normally the end of the leave year is well within January, but it is a consideration to ensure you don't donate anything over 240 hours. Okay? Now, my beach people, they went out in the summer. My golfers went out in the spring. I love the fall. But most people do go out at the end of the year. Okay? Now, here's what I recommend. 90 days ahead of time. I know it says 30 to 45 days. 90 days ahead of time, I recommend you put in your retirement package, which is your application for retirement is an SF 2801. And then if you have life insurance with the government, you want to turn in an SF 2818, and we'll talk about why that is necessary in a moment. And then you want to turn in a new W-4P. You see, your application for retirement says, do you want federal taxes coming out of your annuity check? And you're going to probably say yes. Then it says, do you want the same amount coming out in retirement as you did, as an employee? Well, I always said no, and then it says attach what's on a new W-4P. Because if you say yes, it says attach what's on file with your agency. That was work. I always go to irs.gov and download a new W-4P. Okay? Not only that, most people can't remember how much they've got coming out of their check anyway. The last thing you're going to do with the government is a clearance record. I used to call it the defrocking ceremony. That's where we take back everything we ever gave you but a hard time. We want your ID cards, your locker keys, your car decals, your laptops, your cell phones, your Blackberries. Anything you've been issued has to be turned back in, and it releases your last check and your lump sum annual leave. The difference with this slide, it's not a separate check, it's a direct deposit into your account. And it's more than likely going to happen if it's not the same pay period as your last paycheck, it'll be the one thereafter. It's pretty fast. And here's what's going to happen. You're going to turn in your retirement papers to the agency. They, in turn, are going to send it to payroll, who's going to wrap up your pay records, and they, in turn, are going to send them to OPM. They'll send you a letter and say, hi, we've just sent your retirement package to the mine shaft in Boyers, Pennsylvania. It's literally a mine shaft, and that's where all good retirement packages go. OPM is then going to write you and say, hi, we got your package. Your CSA number is, Civil Servant Annuitant Number. They're also going to send you a half envelope with the perforated sides, and inside's going to be your PIN number. Because when you retire, OPM becomes the keeper of your records. So if you go to opm.gov, you're going to see a link for retirement, and then you're going to see a link for Services Online. Services Online is the MyPay of retirement. While you're in an interim pay, you're going to get an interim menu. You're going to be allowed to change your home address, your email address, your direct deposit, your home address. And you can stay that way. Oh, and then I got to tell you, so I retired October 2nd, October 23rd, I got a letter, and I'm on Facebook, so I posted, I think I'm getting money. And sure enough, November 1, there was a partial payment into my account. And I stayed that way for the next 10 months. Now, mind you, out of that 20 to 40% is coming your health insurance, life insurance, federal taxes, health insurance, life insurance, federal taxes. That's it. State taxes you have to pay out of pocket until you get finalized, or dental, vision, or long-term care has to be paid out of pocket. After you're finalized, then you will be given a full menu, and you can have allotments coming out of your check at that time. So I retired October 2nd. In the middle of July, I got the book. This is the show and tell portion of the program. It is 28 pages, all about me, as it should be. But by that I mean, there's no fluff page. There's no page where I go, well, that ain't me. Well, that ain't me. It's all about my benefits. It has in there what my annuity is going to be, how much I'm paying for health insurance, life insurance, federal taxes, how much I put into the retirement fund, what part of my annuity is going to be tax-free, and how much did they overkeep out and already direct deposited into my checking account. All right? But I was easy. I walked in, and 150 years later, I retired. But it still took them 10 months to get me finalized. I've seen people get finalized within 2 to 3 months. I've seen the average has been 7 months, but I've seen it take up to a year. Okay? So the good news for us, you CSRS folks, the good news is the amount you receive, your 60 to 80%, is almost what you're going to receive in retirement. The extra money they threw into my account was what I owed for state taxes. So for me, it became almost a wash. All right? Now, having said that, most people say, well, I'm going to be moving after retirement. The suggestion is you not buy or sell for the first 5 years after retirement. Because most people end up moving back home where they moved from within 5 years. Because that's where your friends, the grandkids, and everybody is. And if you sell, then you can't afford the old neighborhood or the old house. All right? One of my guys moved to Myrtle Beach. He was going to golf every day. Built a brand new house with an in-ground pool. And they just, before the winter storm started, moved back to Virginia because that's where the grandkids were. Okay, so I'm just saying, I see it over and over, and everybody says, not going to be me, I'm never coming back. I'm telling you, you're going to hear my voice haunting you for the rest of your lives. Okay? I don't recommend you call these people. You might be on hold for 45 minutes, get somebody with an attitude. Although I hear they're getting better, I've been trashing them for so long now. But here's what I recommend. If you go to this same page, you're going to see a link that says contact us. And then you're going to see an email that says retire@opm.gov. Retire@opm.gov. Now, if you have a question about a policy, a retirement policy, that would be the right place to go. But if it has something to do with your life as an employee, they're going to send you back to the agency. But if you wanted to know about how a handicapped child would be handled, or how what the policy, you heard your ex got married and they were only married to you for 29 years, 11 months, and therefore they didn't meet the 30 years and they're going to try and lay claim. How do you prove that now, and so forth? That would be who you would write to. You could have a question 10 o'clock at night, 2 o'clock in the morning, and you'll get a written response back within 2 weeks. And I've used it. It works like a charm. Okay? I'm going to give you all a 10-minute break. I've got too many people agreeing with everything I'm saying. And after lunch, it's a rough crowd. So it's 10 after on my Mickey Mouse here. So you've got until 20 after to get back.
doesn't take into account any time you were in private industry
No,
before, right?
no,
Yeah,
no,
'cause
no,
even
no.
though you're paid Social
You ready?
Security, it doesn't matter.
Right. I'm ready. Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Okay. Voluntary contribution program is something available to only you. And the last one of you retires, this program goes away. It has always been, it's been around since Methuselah. It was available to increase your annuity $7 for every $100 you put in. That's how it was originally sold. I've never known anybody who increased their annuity. What most people did was use it as a savings system and then pulled it out right before retirement and put it into another savings mechanism. But right now, there's a little perk available to you through the tax laws, where you're allowed to put in up to 10% of the basic pay that you've made your whole career. So if throughout your whole career you made $1 million, and that's really not that hard fetch when you look at 30 years, that means you could put in up to $100,000 into the VCP. And the day after it hits their books, you could move it out into a Roth and never pay taxes on it again. Okay? The monies that you would use for this would be liquid assets, money market, CD, real estate, inheritance, monies that have already had taxes taken out of them. I will tell you that it's so underutilized, there has only been one person in all of OPM who handles it. There may be two now that we've been sending so much business their way. The average time for getting this accomplished is 6 months. Now, here's what you do. You go to opm.gov and you fill out the application for the voluntary contribution program. It's in the early 2800 series. You fill in the top part and then you submit it to HR, because HR has to verify that you are a current federal employee. Now, if you owe the government deposit or redeposit time, I'm not going to look at anybody, you're not allowed to do this. You have to pay any deposits or redeposits into the retirement fund to be eligible to do this. Okay? And then the secret is, once they send you your account number, if you throw a check at OPM, they're going to figure out what your 10% is real fast. Because they don't want you giving them more money than you're allowed to give them. And then the day that you pull the first dollar out of the VCP, you're not allowed to put another dollar in. All right? So, like I said, it's an up to amount, up to 10% of every of your basic pay that you've made with the government. And then, like I said, you can put it in, and the day after it hits their books, they have it in there. The next day, you could transfer it out through a Roth and never pay taxes on it again. Yes?
How do you determine what your total pay was?
They are going to determine. The question was, how do you determine your 10%? They're going to tell you your 10% at OPM. Because you're going to submit the application for the VCP to HR. They're going to verify, yep, he's an employee. And then they're going to send it to OPM. OPM is going to send you an account number. They're also going to be verifying you don't owe the government any money. And as soon as you get that account number, if you throw a check at them, they're going to figure out what your 10% is so that you don't give them more than you're allowed to. You follow what I'm saying? And then after they note that the check's cleared, then the next day you could roll it out to a Roth. Now, having said all that, you do know that a time has got to come. This was created by Senator Roth. So what is to prevent a Senator Jones from saying, tax-free? We can't have a lifetime of tax-free. And there's even been talk about putting a cap on it, that you not be allowed to put more than $1 million in a Roth, because that's too much tax-free money for the rest of its life. And Uncle Sam has a problem with you having tax-free money. All right? Yes? Oh, the question is how to find out what your redeposit money is. If you, there is an application to make redeposit at opm.gov. It's again in the top of the 2800 series. And if you know how much was refunded to you and when, it makes their job a little easier. Then when you send it in, they will figure out what your debt is. Okay, and then you decide how you want to pay it back. All right? Can we hold off on the questions a little bit? Just write it down, don't forget it, because I don't want to run out of time. Okay. Back in the old days, it was 3% of the earnings that you receive, but as you can see, this year you're only going to get 1.625. Okay. Now, this is where I'm going to start hopping around. Thrift savings plan is where you can put pre-tax monies. We get no matching. You're allowed to put in $17,500. We have a limited choice of investments. There's 5 of them. And there is no spousal protection because TSP is not officially part of our retirement plan. So you don't need your spouse's permission to take money out, transfer it out, or do anything with it. If you're age 50 years of age or older this year, you're allowed to put an additional $5,500. So if you're age 50 this year, anytime, then you could put in $23,000 into the TSP. We only had the GF&C back in the old days, and you used to be able to move your money around every single day. But a controller with the FAA fixed that one. He started a blog of predicting what the C funds were going to do based on past practice. And if you followed his blog, you too could move your money around every single day. Although it was not true day trading, it gave the appearance of day trading, and TSP shut him down. That's why you can only move your money around twice a month now. Actually, the employees need to thank TSP because if he had continued through 2006, 2007, he would have made everybody broke. As it is, he'll be working a long time because he keeps making himself broke. The International Fund, well, it's supposed to be relatively safe. That's why you never will see China, India, or Japan. That's why we have Australia there and Europe. Well, kind of safe, isn't it? And then they came out with the S Fund. They figured out that most federal employees didn't know how to invest. So most people were only involved in the G Fund that wasn't even keeping up with inflation. So they hired a company to come up with the life funds, the L funds. The premise behind this is not when are you retiring, it's when do you intend to take your money out. So if I was going to take my money out in 2030, I would sign up for that fund, and it's designed for you to leave it alone. So if you're one of these people that has to minutia every dollar you have, you don't want to be in the L fund because it's designed to be able to bounce back, rebalance, and become safer until present day when you take the money out, which in the scenario I used would be 2030. You are also allowed, if you are still working at age 59 and a half, to take all or part of your money out of the TSP and continue to contribute. If you do this one-time age-based withdrawal, you are not allowed a partial withdrawal after retirement. You see, TSP is really good for collecting our money. It's not real flexible in giving it back. It doesn't want to be a savings and loan or a bank. It wants to be a retirement fund. So they limit our access of how we can get the money out. Now you will notice any monies coming out of TSP have to have notarized signature. They got hacked into, money got redirected. So now all signatures have to have a notarized signature. Now we are allowed minimal ways of how to get our money out of TSP. You can take it all out in a single payment. I mean touch, feel, spend. And I've known 5 guys that did it. I call them the Smack Brothers. The government wasn't going to have their money, so they took it all out. They paid off their house, bought a boat, bought a car, and gave IRS 33% of everything they had. Well, it's never been taxed. And a guy I saw around a month ago, he says, I don't think that was a good idea. I said, you think? So you're also allowed to transfer it out to another retirement plan. The beauty of the TSP is we have access to our money as long as we retire or separate in the year we're going to be 55 or older. We do not have to wait until we're 59 and a half like the private sector does. So when the money starts coming back to you, which you can set up monthly payments, that monthly amounts that can be changed once a year in December, it comes back to you proportionate to the way you have it in. So if I have 50% in the C and 20 in the I, and 10 in the G, F, G, S, and G. G, F, and G, S, and G. Yeah. It's becoming a long day. The rest of them, that's how it's going to come back to me. Whereas if I determine what I want access to between retirement and age 59 and a half, then I can transfer the rest of it outside the government and diversify it and pick and choose what fund I want to fuel me. So people will determine what that fixed amount is, leave it in TSP in case they need access to it between retirement and 59 and a half, transfer the rest of it out, where through any IRAs you would have access to it after you're 59 and a half. Make sense? So it gives you some versatility of how this will work. There was a case, actually Kyle was the one who told me, he had a client who she saved her TSP to pay for her college fund for her grandkids. So the first semester came and she called for $40,000 and they sent it to her. The next time she called for another 40, they sent her $240,000. The remaining of the amount in her account, because you're only allowed a partial withdrawal one time. After that, that option is taken away from you. So she, of course, had the 60 days to put it into an IRA, but can you imagine the look on her face when she got the check for not $40,000, but $240,000, all right? And it's just to show you, that's how they can keep it so cheap. They don't give us a lot of options in how we get our money out of the TSP. You're also, yeah, you're going to get me in trouble.
I know I am.
Especially with the lady in the back who I wouldn't answer her question. I'm not going to look at her. She's not looking at me.
Can I use the TSP money, and would that be a good idea, to fund this voluntary contribution?
No, because you've never paid taxes on your TSP, and therefore the monies you would probably want to put into the voluntary contribution program would be monies that you've already paid taxes on. So although I initially said, no, it depends, I would sit down, crunch numbers to show you why that may not be the best idea for you. Because remember, it's going to be taxed at the ordinary rate, as ordinary income. It could throw you into another tax bracket. Okay, so you need to think on how your TSP is going to work for you in retirement, because if you are retired the April 1st after you turn 70 and a half, you have to start paying tax or start taking a minimum distribution of monies that have never been taxed. Now, if you are still working the April 1st after you turn 70 and a half, then that does not apply to TSP. It applies to your other IRA accounts. So let's back up. When I turned 40, ARP started writing me to tell me I was getting old. And when I turned 50 odd, Medicare starts writing to tell you you're getting old. And my feelings are getting hurt by the day. So although TSP and IRAs are going to write to tell you what your minimum distribution is, if you fail to pay attention, here's what's going to happen. So let me suggest this year you had to take out $10,000 out of your IRAs, your TSP. And you failed to do so, IRS is going to penalize you 50% and you'll pay taxes on 100%. Do you hear me now? So you need a plan on how this money is going to work for you in retirement. Okay? There are 18 annuity options through the TSP, but it's a very old-fashioned annuity. In other words, if I gave them $100,000 to guarantee me $1,000 for life, and I die the next month, they get to keep the $99,000. All right? Now, if I have it for me and my spouse and we're both in the same car, same rule applies. And after I give them the principal, I would never have access to it again. There are other bells and whistles on the outside. You're not restricted to only working within the TSP. Okay? And that's all I'm suggesting is you take the blinders off to explore what all options out there. That's why, again, I would recommend you want to talk about your outcomes to figure out what bells and whistles are out there. Okay? And don't limit yourself by what your buddy told you. But again, there's no penalty if we take money out of our TSP as long as we take it out in the year, if we separate in the year we're going to turn 55 or older. You'll notice for us, we just have to give our spouse's name and address, and they're going to write them a letter and say, hi, Pat's taking her money out of TSP. And if Pat's slick and gets to the mailbox first, nobody's the wiser. But our FERS counterparts, they have to get their spouse's notarized permission because it's part of their retirement. Last year they came out with the Roth TSP. It's where, like any Roth, you have to leave it in for 5 years or age 59 and a half, whichever is longer. It is post-tax dollars. You're allowed to put in the whole $23,000 if you're age 50 or older this year into the Roth. There's no income limits for the Roth TSP. But when money starts coming back to you, it comes out proportionate to the way you put it in. So if I have 70% in pre-tax, 30% in post-tax, that's how it comes back to me. I don't have the latitude of saying, I only want tax dollars this year, or I only want pre-tax dollars this year. That's where transferring it out of the TSP would give you some latitude. Okay? The example that was used is if I was going to put in a new kitchen, would I want to use pre-tax dollars or post-tax dollars? More likely the post-tax dollars, because the expense with pre-tax dollars, I have to increase it with the taxes that would have to be paid. Okay? You don't get matching contributions. You cannot mix within the TSP your pre-tax and post-tax dollars. I already said it comes out proportionate to the way you put it in. Now I love this slide. You see, I was always told my taxes would be less in retirement. But let's think about that. I told you in the book it said what part of my annuity is going to be tax-free. I'll now tell you I'll be almost 86 years old before I get all my money back, which should tell you most of your annuity is taxable income. You just found out all of your TSP, if you don't have it going in Roth, is taxable income. If you're eligible to get Social Security, most of that's going to be taxable income. And did we not just lose the 10% tax bracket at the end of the year? And are not taxes expected to go up in the next 2 to 3 years? So the least amount of taxes you may have paid were last year or yesterday. And I bring this up because of the buying power of your annuity. Okay, you have to take inflation into consideration when you're looking at what you're going to have in retirement. These folks got Katrina out of New Orleans. They're now in Birmingham, Alabama. Their website's getting better all the time, so I encourage you, if you've got a question, to give them a call to find out the answers to your concerns. All right, we're going to skip Social Security. I'm going to come back to that in a little bit if I have time. And we're going to skip Medicare. But we're going to talk life insurance. Your life insurance is your salary rounded up to the next 1,000 plus 2,000. The cost per 1,000 is the same at age 20 that it is at age 80, 15 cents per 1,000. And the amount of money we're talking about is your salary as you walk out the door into retirement. So if I was making $97,250, rounded up, that would be $98,000 plus $2,000. I would have $100,000 insurance. Okay? I need to decide at retirement, what do I want to have happen to my basic insurance? Now, is everybody in here over 45? Then you lost out on the extra benefit. I'm just going to skip that. So at retirement, you determine what do you want to have happen to this basic insurance. And your three choices are no reduction. I always want $100,000 forevermore. For that, I would pay $2.26.5 per 1,000 per month till my 65th birthday. And then it's $1.94 per 1,000 per month forevermore, and I'll always have $100,000. Or I can elect the 50% reduction. I would pay 96.5 cents per 1,000 till my 65th birthday, and then it goes down to 64 cents per 1,000 per month. This will start reducing at age 65, 1% per month, till roughly 3.5 years later it's worth 1/2 its value. And I'll always have $50,000 in my example. Or I can elect the 75% reduction. I would have $100,000 till my 65th birthday. I would pay the same amount in retirement as I did as an employee. And the day it starts reducing 2% per month, it'll be free. And if I live to be 150, there'll always be 1/4 of my salary available to bury me. In other words, you never age out. You never outlive your insurance. That's what the box and the star is for. You pay the same amount in retirement as you did as an employee, and the day it starts reducing, it's free. And if I live to be, like I said, 150, there'll be 1/4 of my salary available to bury me. Option A is a flat $10,000. The most that will cost you is an additional $13 a month between the ages of 61 to 64. At age 65, it too is free because it's going to reduce 2% per month down to $2,500. Now here was the kicker. Option B was designed to be there if you died young. This is where you could get up to 5 times your salary, and it's your salary rounded up. So in my example, I would have $490,000 worth of coverage. It was designed to replace the mortgage, college fund, the babysitter, the cook, the maid, the bus driver, everything that would have to be replaced if you died young. It was never meant to be there or be efficient if you live to a ripe old age and the kids are out on their own. So I used to get a line at my door when people turned 50 because their premium almost doubled from what it was at 49. And if they slept through that moment, I for sure saw them at 55 because then it almost doubled again. You see, there comes a time in everybody's life where you have to dump this insurance because it becomes cost prohibitive. Although I got to say, I met a guy 82 years old who was still paying for it. And I do believe the reason he hasn't retired is that he knows he would have to send OPM a check every month to pay for his life insurance. All right. I believe that he, in all candor, we didn't spend a lot of time together because I think he was a little bit embarrassed. And he said it was his legacy for his grandkids. In his heart of hearts, I think he believed he was going to die young. And lo and behold, he was 82. Still paying for 5 times his salary. Do I need to mention it's $2.40 per thousand? All right. That's a hunk of money. All right. So again, you want to look at what you need insurance for and what you're trying to accomplish. And is there a better game in town? I bet his buddy told him this would be a good idea. Okay. Option C is in the event of the death of a family member. A family member would be an eligible spouse, where you can get up to 5 times $5,000 in the event of the death of a spouse, or up to 5 times $2,500 in the event of the death of a child. I can't tell you how many guys I would do their retirement papers, only to find out their youngest was 34 and they'd been divorced 10 years. And yet they were still paying for their life insurance. Now, I know there are people out there going, I don't even know what I'm paying for right now. So I will tell you, if you look at box 27 of your SF50, it will spell out what life insurance you have. Okay? And then if you don't like what you see, you can go to your SF2817 and re-elect what life insurance you want to continue. And after you submit that election of life insurance, you want to re-sign what you want to keep, cross out what you don't want. You want to make sure it's put into effect. I know of a case where a lady changed her election but never followed up on it, and 10 years later when she realized it, she was only able to recoup 2 years of premiums. Okay? Now that's somebody empty in their life. I want you to be engaged in your life and pay attention. Okay? You're allowed to get more insurance if you elect to go get a physical at your own expense, and MetLife accepts you, or if you get deployed. But any new insurance you get, you have to hold on to for 5 years in order to take it into retirement. You're allowed to mix and match your elections at retirement as well. Long-term care, I am going to save this for a little later too, but I would ask you to consider how are you going to take care of yourself if you couldn't dress feed and transfer yourself. What happens a lot of time with folks is that they use all their resources up for the one spouse who gets sick, and then when they die, the surviving spouse has to sell everything to continue living. The average age for needing long-term care is 42. Lou Gehrig's hits in your 30s, MS in your 20s, not to mention your accidents, your strokes. And every day of the year, you can pick up a newspaper and see somebody in their 30s has had a massive stroke. So I encourage you to give thought to what you would do if. Okay, health insurance, I got good news. You're going to pay the same amount for your health insurance in retirement as you do as an employee. So if you take your premium, multiply it by 26, then divide by 12, that is your premium in retirement. Now, the bad news is you're going to pay with post-tax dollars instead of pre-tax dollars. I got a homework assignment for you. I encourage you to review your health insurance to see what happens if, and you put in the if. I'm a cancer survivor, as you all may recall, and I had an HMO and I was very happy with my care. But I know I can't go to Johns Hopkins or the Mayo Clinic or the Cancer Center of Philadelphia. If you want that option, you don't want an HMO. And I want you to know not being happy is not a reason to change your insurance. I met a gentleman in Atlanta who was in his 60s. He had to pull all his money out of the TSP, that age-based withdrawal, to take his wife to the Mayo Clinic because his insurance said no. So I'm strongly encouraging you, while no drama is going on in your life, to review your plan to see what it covers if. I pick on Blue Cross. They're still a very good plan. But when I joined the government in 1902, all you did was show that card and everything was paid for. If you still think that's the way it is, you're in for a rude awakening when you go to get care, because you now have to put money out of your pocket. And a lot of people have not looked at it for a long, long time. And we all think we're Teflon coated and nothing's going to happen. But I encourage you, you put in the what if, but review your plan to see what happens if. In August, OPM starts posting the changes to our health insurance, and therefore anything that's coming up, you'll be ready for your health fair in November. Okay? Flexible spending is taken away from you once you retire. It's only available as an employee. So as long as you've been under the FEHB for 5 years, you could have had Blue Cross 1 year, Kaiser 1 year, Aetna 1 year, Blue Cross, MDIPA 1 year. You can take it into retirement. You get an open season every year. And when you die, as long as you leave a survivor benefit, your spouse is eligible to continue it and gets their own open season every year as you do. Having said all that, you know the President wants everybody to have our health insurance. So you know what that's going to do to your premiums, right? So it's something else you need to keep reading to pay attention to what they're talking about doing. Kids are covered for basic insurance till age 26. They lose their dental and vision at 22, which is your next homework assignment. If you got dental and vision, see what it's going to cover if. You know why you signed up for it, but a lot of folks say it's not going to cover squat. And then I say, well, why did you sign up for it? So you want to review it to make sure it still covers what you think it should. Okay, how much time we got left? 10 minutes? Opening it up for question. I'm going back to this lady that I made not ask me a question, and I didn't look at her when I took somebody else's question. I'm ready for you. I guess I got to turn this thing on. I think I'm ready. Okay.
It was back on the deposits when you talk about when you pay your deposits back. If you don't pay it back, what happens?
Okay, it depends. As you can see, wait a minute, you're under VCP. So we got to switch back a little bit further when we were talking about deposits to see were you, did you come back? Wait a minute, it's deposit time?
Yeah, it was
you had that 2 weeks you said or something, right?
No, I wanted to know, like, well, first you said we have to go to opm.gov and look up to see how much we owe.
No, actually, you gotta look at your OPF to make sure that you didn't pay into the retirement system, and your HR people can tell you whether or not you did or not. Okay? Because a lot of times people think they did, and when in fact they did. So check and double check your SF50s.
Okay.
And HR can do that for you.
Well, on your SF50, on my SF50 it says CSRS, and it shows how much I have here, how much I paid into, how much they took out my check.
Into your paycheck. No, that's not what I'm talking about. The SF50 is your personnel action.
Right.
All right, and so you need to look at that, have personnel look at that to see how it was coded, to see how you were putting, if you were putting money into the retirement fund.
I did. I know that.
So what's your question again?
My question is, when you were talking about somebody asked a question about the deposit when you take money out? Like if you leave the government and you take...
Took your money out of the retirement fund. Was that you?
Right.
Okay. So in order to, you would know back in the day how much you received back.
Right. I know how much.
You do. Then you submit that amount to HR, and they will tell you how much you would owe.
Okay, because it's interest on that.
Absolutely.
If you don't.
And if you don't pay it back, then your annuity is going to be reduced by not paying it back. The years will count. That's what the computation will show you, the impact.
Because, like you said, I don't want to ask my fellow man.
Right, exactly, exactly. But if you sign up for a computation, for a consultation with Kyle, he can help you figure out that amount too.
Okay.
To give you a good guesstimate. Okay? Who else? Out in the field, do we have any questions? I don't think they're there. Anybody else here? Yes. You're going to be 59 and a half. Nothing like telling the world, right? Out of the TSP?
Yes. So how do I do that?
Okay, when you retire, there is an application to transfer the monies out of the TSP. And to be honest with you, once you submit it, they're going to take action right away because you are 59 and a half. For the rest of you who retire younger than 59 and a half, they've got to wait for the agency to tell them you separated. Then once they hear you had a window of opportunity, then they will do whatever you ask them to do. Okay?
Okay, so do I call them? Is there
There's a form. It's TSP dash, it's either 70 or 75 to take your money out of TSP.
Okay, but then I can...
Are you talking about the age-based withdrawal?
Yes.
Okay. See me afterwards and I will give you the number. I'll have to look up the number again, okay?
Okay, but then I'll continue working.
You can still continue to contribute. So you're not going to want to take the money out. You want to transfer it out to an IRA or something. Yeah, because you don't want to pay taxes on it.
Right.
So you want to put it in another tax-deferred system.
Yes.
Okay. So he may even know it off the top of his head.
And I can take the full amount.
Yeah, and still contribute. Now, once you do an age-based in-service withdrawal, that option is taken away from you in retirement. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
When you look into the EBIS system and you kind of do that calculation estimate, I know that's an estimate of an amount before taxes. How can you calculate an estimate of what percentage that they will tax your annuity?
If you go to opm.gov, they have a federal tax calculator right on the site. Okay? Yes.
I'm in the offset.
Okay.
My wife is FERS.
Okay.
She cannot collect Social Security because she's subject to the windfall elimination provision.
Well, is she going to have 40 credits when she turns 62?
No.
All right. So she's not available she cannot collect the government pension offset. She can't collect on your account. She was never going to collect under her own account because she didn't have the 40 credits. So windfall elimination says I'm eligible because I got my 40 credits. But I'm not going to get as much as you guys are who are fully contributing because I only put in for less than 30 years. So I will get something. I'm just not going to get as much as somebody who's fully invested. Government pension offset says they're going to take a look at my entitlement as a spouse. I never worked for it. I never earned it. And they're going to put 2/3 of my annuity up against my entitlement as a spouse, and I'll get the difference, which will be 0. More likely than not.
Okay.
Okay? But she never earned it.
Right.
She was only the spouse of.
But if my pension is based in part on Social Security, because
then you're not going to get, you don't get affected because you're paying into Social Security.
But if she survives me, then what happens to her survivor benefit?
If you choose to give her a FERS survivor benefit, she would receive it without any reduction. So you're mixing apples and bananas a little bit on me because her Social Security she will never get an entitlement to. When one federal plan talks to another federal plan, somebody's going to lose, and it's the federal worker. You can't collect both without penalty unless you're fully invested in both programs. She is not fully invested. Well, she's not eligible to get Social Security under her own work right. And so since she's getting a government pension, they're going to put 2/3 of her pension up against her entitlement as your wife, and she'll get the difference, which most of the time is nothing. If there is something that's significantly reduced. Because think about it, if her annuity was going to be $6,000 a month, she would take a $4,000 reduction. I mean, $4,000 is put up against her entitlement as a spouse, and her entitlement as a spouse for you is not going to be over $4,000. Therefore, she'll get nothing. Okay? Government pension offset, if she had 10 years of work, she would receive something from Social Security, just not as much as somebody who never worked for the federal government. Okay? But you're not going to be affected. And she's not affected if she receives a CSRS survivor benefit. Okay? All right, you've got 2 evaluations in your pocket. If you would make sure you fill out both of them. I know it's been fast. I know I left out parts. So make sure you make a note that we need a longer session because I can only talk so fast. I thought so too.
And,
you say 3 or 3:30?
Is it 3:30? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So then you can
Well,
take
we got
more
time to
questions.
do more. We can still
Is
move
it
on.
3:30? Are you all sure? Okay. All right. Well, continue, Ms. Pat. It's
Okay, I can do that. All right, so out of the remaining sessions, which part do you want to hear? Social Security, Medicare, long-term care? Medicare and long-term care? All right, we'll split the difference. Okay, let's do Medicare first. Actually, I ought to sit down and let you guys talk to me about this. Okay, you've been putting 1.45% of your pay into Part A, which is the hospital coverage. You would have to pay an additional premium of $104.90 per person per month if your adjusted gross income as a family is under $170,000. If your adjusted gross income as a family is over $170,000, then it could cost you as much as $335.70 per person per month. If you retire, I'm going to go back to that in a minute. If you are retired when you are 65, and first of all, as you all know, Medicare is senior citizen insurance. It doesn't take place until you're 65. So if you are retired at age 65, there is a 7-month window around your 65th birthday for you to sign up for Part B. 3 months before, the month of, and 3 months thereafter. If you are still working at age 65 or older, you're given an 8-month window around your retirement. In other words, you can go get your Part A card, but you don't need to get Part B until you retire. And you're going to need a letter from your agency stating that you just retired to give you your 8-month window to sign up for Part B. If you failed to get into Part B when you should have, you have to wait until your open season for Medicare and then pay a permanent 10% penalty for every year you failed to get in when you should have. Okay? Now, most hospitals are not admitting you anymore. And they're holding you for observation, which means Part A never kicks in. Part B, your copay, your outpatient treatment is what's being charged. Okay? Now, as you know, if you are working at age 65, your insurance is your primary insurer and your Medicare is your secondary. When you are retired, your Medicare is your primary, your insurance is your secondary. And although your FEHB premium does not go down, our FEHB is still better and cheaper than any gap insurance out there. And the premise between the two is that you don't pay another nickel out of pocket, okay? Because Medicare is only going to cover the 20%. Your FEHB is going to cover the 80%. Now, they have this Part C known as the Medicare Advantage Plan. I call it the HMO of Medicare. The premise is you would use only the doctors and facilities that are part of this Advantage Plan. I personally have found this to be territorial. In southern Florida, it works very good. In my neck of the woods in Leesburg, it doesn't work well at all because although you may have doctors who are taking part in this, the rehab centers and the hospitals are not. So if you have a stroke or you have a heart attack and you need to go to rehab and you need Medicare Advantage, they're denying your access to rehab. Okay, so again, this is one of those areas that you need to pay close attention to. All right, and then of course Part D is the pharmaceutical coverage. Now, again, I'll take you back to page 1 to stay an educated consumer and keep reading. I am predicting a lot of changes happening to Social Security and Medicare next year. Why? Changes were made to Medicare starting last year. Your offices have not instituted the regulations to enforce it. So the only thing that we're waiting on is to see the impact of the changes that the Affordable Care Act made. And look, I don't care if you're 20 years away from being 65, any changes that come down the pike within the next year or two, you need to pay close attention. Because whatever they do today is going to affect us tomorrow. Okay, and that goes for all of us in this room. If you're a long ways from being 65, you've got to give a hoot about what they're talking about doing. And like I said, from everything I'm reading, they're anticipating major changes occurring. Because if you think Social Security is screwed up, you ain't seen nothing. Medicare is far worse than Social Security. This feels so uncomfortable talking in your agency. So uncomfortable. But I'm just saying what you guys need to stay an educated consumer on. Unfortunately, you guys are kind of like Social Security. Social Security is in charge of Social Security, but they don't know. A service employee has no idea how Social Security impacts people who are federal employees. It's kind of the same thing with you guys. You're working in the agency that makes the rules for this stuff, but they haven't really come out and shared it with anybody in the world. And as a result, you're just as lost as the rest of us. And so that's why I go back and say, you've got to remain an educated consumer to stay up on what they're talking about doing. Now you will see ramifications, and that's why there's been a lot of hoopla on the Hill wanting to change things, because they're starting to see the impact these laws are going to have on us senior people coming down the pike, because now they're starting to read the Affordable Care Act. So all I can say is stay up on it, okay? Go back to long-term care. Listen, the question becomes, who's going to take care of you when you can't take care of yourself? The federal plan covers nursing home, adult daycare, hospice care, home care, assisted living, bed reservation, respite care, home hospice care, and care coordination. The federal plan is a daily benefit of $100 to $450 a day, and we are one of the last groups to still have the unlimited coverage. Most companies have done away with the unlimited because, let's face it, you could go a lifetime and never put in a car insurance claim. You could go a lifetime and never put in a homeowner's claim. But if you live long enough, you're going to need long-term care. So initially, when it first came out 15, 20 years ago, a lot of people jumped on the bandwagon. And although they are still recognizing the plans they sold, they're not taking on new customers. And that's why a couple of years ago, MetLife wanted out of all long-term care programs. And John Hancock got to renegotiate with the government what our plan was going to be. And if you recall, we could either stay with what coverage we had and pay a higher premium because you're now older, or stay with the same cost per pay period and have lower coverage because you're now older. And I dare say every 7 to 9 years they're going to get that opportunity again. They can't say, we're raising your insurance, but they can raise everybody's insurance, okay? When you and your spouse sign up through the federal plan, and mind you, this is not something you have to have as an employee. You can pick this up in retirement, but you have a shorter questionnaire as an employee than you do as a retiree. If you and your spouse sign up at the same time, you both pay the standalone cost based on your age at sign up. Outside the government, and I'll pick on John Hancock because they do have a private plan, if you and your spouse sign up at the same time, there's a 25 to 30% reduction for going through the family plan. The federal plan is a daily benefit of $100 to $450 a day. John Hancock's private program they have is a monthly coverage. So if I sign up for $250 a day in a couple of days, I need $300 a day coverage. I'm out of pocket that $50. If, however, I have a monthly coverage and my care needs fluctuate, but overall it's a fixed amount, then I'm not out of pocket anymore. There is inflation protection of additional 4 or 5% annual compounding or the future purchase option. It covers 100% nursing home, assisted living, home care, community care. The average need of long-term care is 2.4 years, but they don't take into consideration how long you're receiving home care. So they're just looking at how long somebody's in a nursing home. It's when you can't do 2 of 6 daily activities: dressing yourself, toileting, eating, bathing, incontinence, transfer, remembering to take your drugs, as documented by your doctor. Or if you have dementia or Alzheimer's, as documented by your doctors. There is a 90-day waiting period, which most of your insurances would cover that 90-day period. Once you start receiving care, the premiums are waived. It's not considered taxable income to you, and it is portable. This is a contracted service to OPM. It is not a federal agency, and they're actually located in the New England area. But this brings on other issues. When you start looking at long-term care, you really need to start having those discussions of living wills. What do you want to have happen if? And one of the, like I said earlier, if you want to see a nightmare, just have a nickel be involved or $1.50 be involved. People will fight. And if you don't have your a living will or your desires on file with your doctors, each doctor requires a different form. One form does not beat all. Then you may not get your wishes. I was in Massachusetts, and a gal, 33, had a massive stroke. She was on a feeding tube, and she was mouthing the words, "I want to die." And her parents were taking her to court because they believed the drugs were doing it to her, and she didn't mean it, because if she did that, that would be suicide, and she's going to go to hell. So here she was fighting with her parents to try and get her wishes. But it brings up the fact she was not being heard because they didn't believe she meant what she said. My cousins elected when my uncle was told, they were told by hospice he wouldn't last 24 hours. So they elected no food, no water, no drugs. He lasted 12 days. And the body does horrific things when it lasts that long without drugs. So my mother came back and said, I want to be plugged in, plugged up till God takes me home. Now, there's a theory of the power of 3, that you would have a family member, your doctor, and a friend who believes the same way you do. Because I've had people tell me I could pull the plug on my spouse, but I couldn't do it on my kid. All right? Now, my mother would not have as one of her 3 Kevorkian, because, and conversely, he wouldn't want her as one of her 3, because she ain't pulling the plug on nobody, no how. But recently, we went to an attorney, and she got her wishes outlined in a formal document of her living will and how she wants things to be handled. Now, this becomes really important because you want to make sure you're still in your right mind when you make these decisions. And if you've had a stroke, your mental capacity could be questioned. Okay? I know of a case where a woman had an aneurysm, and she went into a coma and didn't want to be on life support. The family took her to her husband to court to fight it because she had nothing in writing. And look, Karen, the Quinlan case, which she was in a coma for almost 20 years or so. The Shavo girl, she was in a coma for how many years? So these are really things that you need to sit down and have a discussion long before drama occurs in your life. And like I say, you may want to look at the benefits of a trust. Did I tell you guys you don't want to be in joint tenant with a kid? Because if they get in trouble, creditors, or an accident, your assets could become their assets and be taken away from you. All right? You definitely want to make sure all your records, your birth certificate, marriage certificates, divorce decrees, Social Security cards are all in one place. And maybe you need a note in your sock drawer that says, if you're reading this, we must both be gone. Look under the stairs. Because would anybody know you've got a safety deposit box? Would they even know where to look for your checking account, savings accounts? And I know there's a trust factor. I mean, I'm addicted to investigative discovery. I know people get knocked off for less, all right, even though they never get the money. But I know there's that trust factor involved. And what would happen if you couldn't speak for yourself? All right, as we talked about earlier with federal employees, nobody can retire you for you. That was a huge lesson for us because we're always signing for each other, are we not? And people deposit checks for each other all the time. You know, you just stick on there for deposit only and you go to broke. Well, that doesn't work with the government, okay? So these are things that you got to take into consideration, and you want somebody trained in estate planning to be able to make sure your wishes. And the big thing, like I said, my mom's lighting candles that my brother will leave his wife, but her assets will stay within the family. The witch will not get any of my mother's assets. All right, so, you know, it's just one of those situations, but it does ensure that Aunt Mary's salad bowl doesn't end up on the other side of the family, because what normally happens when a blended family, one person dies, they drift away from the surviving step-parent, and then they don't even know where to find them. So this ensures that assets stay on the right side of the bed, if you will. Okay? How am I doing on time? I'm hanging in there. Any questions? This has been fast and furious. Okay, you did your evaluations? Charlie, you want to go home?
Oh, wait a minute, I got to wake up first.
Do we have questions out in the field? All right, Ms. Paulette.
All I wanted to say was this concludes our seminar, and thank you all for coming.
I applaud y'all coming, and I highly recommend retirement, and it is something to look forward to. And like I said, it's sometimes my biggest decisions I have to make are if I want to get dressed for the day. I know, braggart, right?